So I'm dealing with two sides. I've already dealt with the side of violation. There is a concession there. What we are struggling to get is where the responsibility lies. The question is, in terms of this policy, both the Department of Education and Transport are enjoined into a joint responsibility of procurement and management of service providers. And as a result of this joint responsibility, one would imagine that violation would then have to follow the functionary responsible. But for our purposes of our conversation, the functionary that is before us is the Department of Education. Now, in the language of the policy, would you attribute this violation to the Department of Education, given that the policy calls for joint responsibility?
Commissioner, thank you. I think we needed that 5 minutes. From the records, unfortunately, I don't know where this mistake took place, but this which is submitted, it's a draft which was not signed. And all the obligations which are there, they are part of the remedies or part of the solution that we are trying to negotiate among the two departments. To say, like you're referring to that one for procurement, to say rather it lies with both departments, education and transport, so that we can have a say or maybe look into finances and looking into other things. But however, the policy that the department was following is the one that was signed on 2015, which is not part of our records. Can you refer me to the section? So I actually wanted to read that section into record, but in essence, it does not provide. There's a draft, and the procurement part, it was not jointly between the two departments.
Okay, that was my line of question, and I don't want us to divert from this conversation. Let me make this proposition, Commissioner. If we could, at least at the instance of the department, have the 2015 draft provided to us, and then we can reconvene after lunch, at least for the purposes of this inquiry. I'm not sure if my other colleagues have different questions, but there's a certain part of this narrative which has not been answered, which is where does the responsibility lies, and that is the entire conversation. To the extent that that is made reference to the 2015 policy, I would suggest that we have that provided to us, and I'm happy to have a look, and then we can reconvene after lunch. But my other colleagues can continue.
All right, thank you. Maybe before I hand over to you, PM, Ms. Tebe, are you also on the same aspect, or will you be introducing different questions altogether?
I'll be introducing different questions altogether, Commissioner.
All right, may I also find out for you, Mr. Lekoma?
Yes, Commissioner, my questions are not based on the policy. It's
All right.
totally different.
Let me then request the PM, because she's going to be still on this aspect, to then take the floor. Thank you, PM.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I may come in later, but I just wanted for us to just continue this line of questioning. There was an indication after the short recess that there was a mistake in terms of the policy, but we're not sure where the mistake is coming from. And I believe you've already been referred to page 198 of the Department of Education's response. Do you see that? The August response, page 198. Do you see that at the bottom? It refers to attachments. So the policy in question is a policy that has been provided by yourself. So are you saying when you were requested to provide policy documents, you provided an incorrect policy document to the commission? Is that what you are saying?
I will also allow my colleague to add. All I was trying to say was, in addition to this, because these are policies which we wanted to implement or to discuss, or it's part of the solutions that we thought, or remedies that would assist the department going forward. But the policy that's in place that is regulating us, it was not attached. But this one was supposed to be attached, as we'll be discussing the plans, or what remedies do we have in place to rectify all the issues.
All right. I will request in the interest of time, because that maybe we are more direct, because the provision of the policy has a genesis. If you look at page 195 of the pack, there was a letter that was addressed. The letter starts on page, I believe, 194. There was a letter that was addressed by the commission to the department, asking certain questions. And one of the things that was asked specifically on paragraph 3.8 is the policy documents and regulations used to implement the scholar transport program. And then that was in response to that direct ask by the commission, so that we don't leave confused. So when you say there was a mistake, are you saying we attached the wrong policy on the pack, or that the wrong policy was provided to the commission? That's what I wanted to clarify before I move on.
I believe, the legal rep has just indicated, that the second draft is still in discussion. It has not been signed yet. It was supposed to have been attached maybe as an addition to the current policy. Therefore, I believe there was an omission in that regard to attach the policy that regulates us now.
Okay. I suppose that's the best we can do, but let's find. So we'll clarify that with Mr. Mdabe when he comes back, because you're going to provide us the policy that you say is applicable. But I want to move to page 252. And for context, if you also keep your finger on page 198, is one of the documents that the department has provided to the commission. So that we don't find ourselves entangled again, I will give you an opportunity just to page through so that you can confirm that this is a valid document that regulates the provision of scholar transport in the Northwest. It starts from page 252.
Yes, that's the policy.
Is this a policy, or it says it's a,
Sorry, the memorandum of
the memorandum? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Because we are still on the issue of the responsibility, okay? I want us then, of that document, I want us to specifically go to page 256 of the document. Let's start at the top, which sets out the principles that will regulate the relationship between the Northwest Department of Community Safety and Transport, as well as the Northwest Department of Education and Sports Development, right? It says professional conduct at all times, efficiency, teamwork, transparency, and good governance. Do you see that? So those are principles that are binding to both departments. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Commissioner.
You confirm, okay. Now we are going to look at paragraph 4, which also deals with joint responsibilities. Do you see that? It says 4.1.1, the parties agree to jointly participate in the continued delivery of an efficient learner transport system. Is a joint responsibility. Do you see that, HOD? Yes. Maybe before we move to the other sides of the joint responsibility, if it is the joint responsibility of both departments to participate in the continued delivery of an efficient learner transport system, in the event that it is found that the learner transport system in the province is not efficient, who is responsible for that? Okay, 4.1.1, it says, the parties agree to jointly participate in the continued delivery of an efficient learner transport system. Do you see that? And the question that in the event that we find that the existing learner transport system is not efficient, who bears the responsibility for that? You are coming. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, in terms of this 4.1.1, both parties.
All right, thank you. So it will include your department.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to paragraph 5. And now is dealing with the specific responsibilities of your department. Do you see that? 5.1. Okay. Let's start with B. It says the responsibility of your department is to ensure the constitutional obligations of the right to education are upheld. Do you see that? And you've already considered that in this instant, the right has actually been violated. Is that correct? You've already conceded. So noting that this is your this is not even joint, this is your responsibility. Who then can be held accountable for the violation of the learner's right to education?
The Department, Education.
Of Education, thank you. D, it says your department is responsible for risk management with reference to the transportation of learners, legal responsibility in case of an accident. Do you see that? Okay. So when there's an accident on the road by a contractor contracted by COSATMA, who is responsible for that according to this department, to this document? Which department? Okay. Given this risk, then who must ensure? So who else bears the responsibility then of ensuring that the transport that fetches learners from your schools is roadworthy, given this responsibility you bear in the event of an accident? There's an issue with the mic, HOD, you can just hold it like I'm doing. And managing the risk around that.
We do.
You bear the responsibility. Okay, the monitoring of learner transport system and performance through regional and APO structures. Who bears that responsibility? E. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It says that your department is responsible for monitoring of learner transport system performance through their regional and APO structures. Do you see that? So in the event that we found that there is ineffective monitoring of learner transport system performance, who bears the responsibility for that?
The department.
Okay. You will guide us here which policies is in place, but F, it says also you are responsible for ensuring compliance with the learner transport policy implementation. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if we find that from the policy there is lack of implementation, who bears the responsibility?
We do.
Okay. G, implementation of controls. And this is an issue that has been raised by Auditor General. It has been raised by the Department of Transport, the issue of insufficient controls. And according to this, you must ensure there are implementation of controls in support of efficient learner transport systems. So in the event that we find that, like the AG, there are inefficient controls, who bears the responsibility?
We do.
Okay. Now I will go the regional coordinators. Can you confirm, you said it comprises of both officials of your department and COSATMA?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And it says these regional coordinators, which is basically, then we can deduct from that that it's a joint responsibility, right? The regional coordination between the two departments.
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to find then on A that there is insufficient oversight by the regional coordinators of the regional operations, who will bear the responsibility for that?
The parties,
Which are?
as indicated, the corporate district, if the Department of Education.
The Department of Education. Commissioner, I think on the issue of responsibility, allow me to stop there for now. But there are other issues or line of questions that I would like to canvass, but I thought to assist the process. But of course, Mr. Mdabe, as he may determine, he may still canvass other issues relating to the policy when we come back. But perhaps before I close on that, let me deal with the role of the principals, because principals, are your sole domain as a Department of Education. Is that correct? On page 257? Okay. They have specific responsibilities, right? Of course, to provide the statistics. You've already spoken about that, and from your submissions, I'm taking that obligation is being done by principals because they're providing you with numbers. So I won't make an issue of that. But the issue I want to deal with is B, the reporting on learner transport service providers' non-adherence to agreed performance standards. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is the responsibility of principals and by extension the responsibility of your department. Is that correct?
True.
So if we were to find that principals are not reporting non-adherence to agreed performance standards, who bears the responsibility?
The department.
The Department of Education. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, PM. It's now 13:09. Let us take the lunch break, and may I request that we come back at 1:30. Reason being that we are behind time, and we still have to hear from the Department of Community Safety. Thank you so much.
So we're going live now? Yes. Okay. Can you assist with this one?
What is the internet about again?
Just to update them. Remember they never update this one. Yeah, so you just do the basic stuff for us with me with the CAD.
For all the days?
Yeah, all the days. This is the first time to school. Yeah, so you can also just bring them to school in terms of yeah. It's the end. Yeah. That's the thing, you know. Hey.
We are so behind time. I apologize for this. We had to take an interview with one of the media houses. So we are all back. Yes, the team is here. So thank you so much once more to the department for being available this afternoon. May I just request Mr. Masilo once more that you stand just to reaffirm that the oath that you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience, and you can just say, so help me God. Thank you so much. May I also then ask the legal practitioner, do you still confirm that the oath you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience? Thank you so much. Madam Specialist, do you still confirm that the oath you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience?
So help me God.
Thank you so much. We still had PM, you had said that at this point you will then leave the podium for the other colleagues and you'll come back on later. All right. Mr. Mdabe, are you still on the floor with regard to your policy issues?
I was covered, Commissioner.
Okay.
I was covered, Commissioner. I have no other issues.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nkonde, you also covered?
At this stage, Commission, at this question, I think it's muted there. Okay. At this stage, I'm covered, Commissioner. I would just come at the end to deal with the aspect that I requested that I will deal with later.
Thank you so much. Ms. Tebeng, over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Masilo, I'd like to take you a little bit back to the point that Mr. Nkonde raised regarding safety of learners during their commute to and from school. Previous presenters have also raised concerns regarding this issue. They informed us that learners have to wait for long periods of time, very early in the morning and very late in the afternoons while waiting for transportation. According to your knowledge, who is responsible for ensuring that learners are safe from bullying and other forms of danger while waiting for transportation to and from school and during their commute?
Commissioner, in the morning, ordinarily the parents will accompany their learners or their kids to the bus stops until they board. And during the commute, indeed, we cannot allow any person that is unvetted to be in the a company of learners. Therefore, there's a gap there. And in the afternoon, they'll be at school under the guidance of the educators and the SGP members until they board the buses. So that is the only way that we ensure that there is a relative safety of learners. But also during the blitz monitoring, these are monitored, as I indicated earlier. At the district level, there are sample schools that they monitor. We have our monitors in the form of the circuit managers and other district officials responsible for learner social support services to ensure that learners are safety. So that is the way that we ensure that these learners are safe and the gap is being attended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masilo. However, the issue regarding safety during the commute is not only a concern in regards to the drivers that are not vetted. Presenters have raised issues that during the commute, due to the overloading, the children are not, there's no adult supervision, and the children can easily distract the driver while driving. And because there's no adult supervision, the older learners can easily bully the younger ones. So the issue of safety is not just related to the drivers being vetted.
Yeah, I've alluded to the point that there is a gap indeed during the commute, in that we have not allowed any adult supervision who is not vetted. So that is a gap that we have identified, and my team is working on that to ensure that at least 2 or 3 parents accompany these learners. It's a matter that is being discussed with my team, with the SGPs, because the SGPs will be the ones who will sponsor those people that will accompany learners to and from school. So that is a gap that we have identified, and it's a matter that is being dealt with.
Thank you, sir. Could you please turn to page 230?
Just hold on.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I just add, we do have circulars in place for bullying, and that is not allowed. And I will request that circular, and then I will also share the circular with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Masilo, could you please turn to page 230 of the bundle? Yes, sir. Are you on page 230?
Yes, Commissioner.
Could you please read paragraph 3.7.1 into the record?
All vehicles transporting us must adhere to the requirements and principle of universal design, especially those that are transporting learners with disabilities. Guide the costing and remuneration of learner transport operations by provinces. Is it still a correct one? Yeah, paid them. Is that fine, Commissioner?
That's fine, sir. Now I note that this is the policy that is being disputed. However, I just want I wanted to bring your attention to the requirements and principle of universal design, especially those that are transporting learners with disabilities. Now, in the previous presenters, when they were asked if these buses and minibuses that transport learners to and from school make accommodations for learners living with disabilities, they all those that were asked said no. Now, I just wanted, in your presentation and in your submission, there has not been any explicit mention of this. So I just wanted to know whether your department is aware that learners with disabilities are not accommodated in this transportation that is provided.
True, Commissioner. I must also indicate that there is 2 special schools, and those schools are provided for their specialized transportation by ourselves. We bought special kumbis with then assist them with the various assistive devices. So those schools are not part of the public ordinary schools, but we have ensured that those have got specialized transport, which are designed for those particular learners. So we do buy those kumbis because they're not much in number, and therefore they are provided with the kumbis.
Okay, so can you just clarify for me, a learner that is using a wheelchair but has no learning disabilities or any limitations, does that learner go to a special school, or does that learner go to a normal everyday school, at a lack of a better word?
They go to the full service schools and they are accommodated.
How are they accommodated, sir?
Like I say, we do have arrangements through the Learner Social Support Service Unit to ensure that these learners are accommodated through those specialized transport that we are offering. So I think my colleagues will then add to that one. But we do have full service schools and special schools, which are 32 in number. And we ensure that these learners are not disadvantaged unfairly. Do I have any?
If I understood your question correctly, you were asking if a learner who uses a wheelchair is not accommodated at a public ordinary school, this learner has to go to a special school. Okay, it is, to the best of my knowledge, I know that parents are given a choice to choose whether they will enroll their children at a public ordinary school or to a special school, whereby in special schools, all the necessary devices that they need, they are provided for with. Even though in public ordinary schools, there are those rails that are installed to assist learners who use wheelchairs. But in current situation, we have realized that parents have chosen to take their children to specialized schools for their children. So all learners who are living with disabilities, they are accommodated at special schools and they are provided for with learner transport by the Department of Education.
With that submission, ma'am, are you saying that in full service schools, there are no learners that are using wheelchairs and have other disabilities?
Currently none.
Thank you. Could you please turn to page 170? Are you on page 170? Would you please read paragraph 3.5 into the record?
A seat must be provided for every traveling learner, 13 years and older, and no learner may be standing in the vehicle. In the case of learners younger than 13 years, learners shall be taken as 2 persons. Only maximum number of learners or passengers for which the vehicle has been licensed and for which the appropriate certificates and permits have been issued may be transported.
I want to bring you to the point of the case of learners younger than 13 years. 3 learners shall be taken as 2 persons. Can you please tell me what is your view regarding this?
I think it's about the size or the weight, whatever, for the better lack of a better word. They are younger, they can occupy more space being 3. That's what probably this is saying.
But as far as I understand, one seat has 1 seat belt, meaning if there's 2 seats, then there would be 1 seat belt per seat, right? Now, if we are going to put 3 learners on 2 seats, how are those learners supposed to be buckled up?
Commissioner, if I'm not directing your proceedings, but maybe please allow that question to be answered by transport, because there are rules that are part of their department where they provide how the seating should be. Normally they will be regulated on taxi communes, how children sit under this age, how they can sit on. So for us now to answer it, it's a bit, I understand it's a document, but however, it's going to be difficult for us to answer that currently.
I would say, if you do not understand, which is actually problematic when you think about it, because remember, the learners are your responsibility. Where they are put, it remains your responsibility. So if you have not made it your business to understand why certain parameters have been set by the Department of Community and Safety, clearly there's a bit of negligence there. So you still have to answer the question, because you'll recall that from the document that was canvassed with you, after you've challenged the draft, the second document still depicted that you have a joint responsibility as both departments. So if you do not understand it, maybe say that, and you have not made sure that you are able to also understand why it has to be done in that fashion, then of course you're entitled to say, you did not apply your mind to it. But unfortunately, it's a question that you cannot shy away from.
Oh, okay, I do understand the question, and I know there is some sort of a policy that regulates that. It's just I don't have it now, but I can pack the question and look for that point and respond as the proceedings are going, if it's okay with you, Commissioner.
So we will just record that you'll be able to provide us the policy that guides the process. Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Tebe?
Thank you, Commissioner. For now, that will be all from me.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lekoma?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Masilo and your team. Mine will just be to ask on private transport. You indicated while Ms. Tebing was asking you about vetting, and you said that you cannot allow anyone who is not vetted to transport learners. Are private scholar operators vetted?
Commissioner, I don't think we have jurisdiction over that, although these are our kids. We provide transport, and parents further than that will then make their own arrangements outside our knowledge. And unfortunately, if anything happens, we become responsible. But we've made sure that the learners that are deserving, eligible, are provided. Now you find that there are these commutes, there are this and that, which are outside our jurisdiction. It's like having public ordinary schools and independent schools, which we don't have jurisdiction over. So we are also concerned, as you are, Commissioner, around these issues of private, which are not our own making, but these are our kids, unfortunately.
So you cannot account to learners using private transportation?
Yes, Commissioner.
In that basis, Commissioner, I don't have any further questions because my questions were based on private scholar transport. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lekoma. PM?
Thanks, Commissioner. But perhaps before I move to the questions I wanted to ask, on the last issue that was asked by Ms. Tebing on the page 170 of 3 learners being taken as 2, in view of what we canvassed in the MOU, which indicated that your department is responsible for risk management and that you will take legal responsibility in case of an accident. What is your view? I take it that you say there's an opinion, there's a policy, but what is your view of that practice or even that policy from a risk management perspective? Does it enhance learner safety? Basically just to get your view on that.
We fully agree with you, Commissioner. This is high risk, no matter what. Even in a plane, these children have their own seats. So I think we will improve that. Much as we are going to be providing, we requested to pack it. But my opinion is that we will review this matter. It's high risk. Okay.
Now, allow me to move, in the interest of time, I will start with the information that I am requesting from the department. In day 1, we heard evidence and receive a list of schools from different stakeholders that are experiencing scholar transport issues. The Commission has also done its site inspections, particularly on scholar transport, and have a list of schools that where issues were raised with the Commission, as well as the presenters from yesterday. So what we will do on our side, Mr. Masilo, we will provide you with a list of all those schools where it was reported that there are scholar transport challenges. What then I need you to assist us with is to assess or make an examination of whether the issues were reported in line with the reporting mechanism that is in place from the school to your department and then from yourself to the COSATMA. So we'll provide you with that list of school and you will trace for each school whether there is a report. And the reason why this information is important, I'll give you one example, but if there's a dispute, then we'll go to the document. I'll give you one example, actually 2 examples of, and found that there are challenges. We went to that school and found that there are challenges. We then wrote to COSATMA, and they say there are no challenges. And when we go on the ground, and I know the PC, they will engage with the principals. They get actually the information from the managers of the school. So it'll be important then to just double check the records if, and I've seen in one of the responses which will canvass with them, they say no issue was reported to them. So that's why we need to be able to assess. And it's the same thing with the Munato, where a stakeholder says there are issues in that school. We've gone to that school, there are issues in that school. But COSATMA is saying all is well. So we need to know where the disconnect is. So if you can get us that information on the date to be determined by the commissioner. And also the issue that I want to clarify with you, you were asked about the learners initially that are currently not provided with scholar transport. Do you recall that, HOD? Yes. Yes. And the initial response from the department was that these learners, there is no disadvantage being visited upon them despite not being provided with transport because they still receive education. Do you recall that response? Is that still your view, that there is no disadvantage to them, those who are not receiving the benefit of scholar transport when they should be?
Commissioner, I think from the reports of the curriculum, which I still have to verify, it has been indicated that the learners are provided with support, additional support, particularly if they are matric learners. Mm-hmm. We do assist them and ensuring that they are able to cover much ground. So we will look into that and provide additional support, a report on that one. Because no learner must be left behind. So we will provide you with the necessary report on that one. Because the colleagues do know the learners in the schools and the districts, and therefore on curriculum side, we ensure that they insulate particularly the grade 12s.
Okay, but the question was about you, the specific wording I've noted, you said there is no disadvantage, or were you only speaking from the curriculum delivery perspective? Because that's what you said. You said, so what I wanted to establish before I ask a question, is that still your view?
From curriculum delivery perspective, we work hard to ensure that those learners are not disadvantaged.
Okay, so there's no disadvantage. Okay. I will then take you...
However,
yes?
Commissioner, if you do have anything that you can then deposit with us, we will always run with it. Because we are also amenable to any information that will assist us to improve.
Okay, I want to refer you to your document, page 140. One of the reasons or the motivations you give for requesting that additional scholar transport, you say under background, I'll read the second paragraph, you say some learners commute on foot for more than 20 kilometers on daily basis, even during unconducive weather conditions, compromising their safety and exposing them to bullying along the way to and from schools, and this impacts negatively on their academic performance. Do you see that? That's the view of the department.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you, still saying that there is no disadvantage to a learner who is not receiving scholar transport when they're supposed to be receiving it?
When this report was written on the 6th of December,
Yes,
we then rallied around to mitigate these processes.
okay,
So there was an improvement on this matter. So I'm not seen as somebody refuting my own report.
yes.
Yeah, so there has been an improvement. But I'm saying we'll deposit the from report, because ours is to ensure that corrective delivery is not compromised, no learner is left behind, irrespective whether it's a grade 1 or it's grade 3 or 7. But key will be to insulate the grade 12s. But there is a way of also assisting the GET learners, the learners in grade 1 up to grade 11.
Okay. How were the safety concerns mitigated, since you said it's been mitigated since the start of the year? That you've raised as a concern of learners walking long distances?
There's one incident which I'm not sure it relates to this, but the department went as far as extending the scope of a certain security company to make sure that the safety of the learners was not compromised, as there was an incident which was reported, and immediately they took action by having security officers stationed at certain positions.
Is it their station along the walking route that they use home? Because this is talking about learners who walk for long distances and they are meeting safety and security challenges. So what I want to know, we're talking about those learners that are not provided with transport, and you've said because there's no money. So how were those safety concerns for those learners who are walking home mitigated?
So hence I said, if we encountered a situation where safety of the learners was violated, immediately the department reacted by extending the scope. So meaning I can confirm 100% that we have never received a complaint that those learners' safety, which has been compromised, the department has not reacted. But in incidents where there's a report that the safety is compromised, the department immediately reacts to that by extending scopes of security companies.
Okay, let's use that example. So by extending, the security company accompanies the learners on the walking route. Is that what the extension of the scope does to mitigate the security concerns?
In some areas, when you travel on the N18 towards Vryburg, as early as 5 a.m., you'll see parents lining up on both sides of the road, because we engage parents in terms of ensuring that our learners are secured, the community, the mahoses, to ensure that no learner is now having a challenge. So we do have these discussions and these engagements, and we've seen an improvement around the route where learners are going to school and from the school. In the afternoon, you will find the same parents. I'm just giving an example, one day, that here in N18, you will see it happening on a daily basis to ensure that our learners are safe.
Along the walking route?
Yes.
Okay, and the bullying then, how is it, has it been mitigated since the start of the year? The negative impact of bullying of learners who are walking? on this long route?
Like we indicated, we did give the schools the policy on bullying, and we do follow up by monitoring whether this is being implemented or not. So even in our APP, you'll see the number of transgressions have reduced tremendously, because we are ensuring that we not only distribute, we also mitigate, actually talk to those issues through monitoring and other means.
Okay. And just to be clear, the bullying being spoken about in your letter, I'm referring to your letter, these are learners who are not bullied at school. They are bullied on the way to and fro during the long distances they are traveling. So you are saying you are monitoring the bullying, how are you monitoring the bullying, compliance with the bullying policy when learners are en route to school and from school?
Like I alluded to earlier, that we have a relationship with parents and community.
Okay.
That you just travel along the route, you'll find them as early as 5 a.m. with those illuminating vests to ensure that our learners are safe.
All right. Thank you. So what I'll request then, in the interest of time, and I think that's aligned to the request made by the portfolio committee, that for the learners that are not being provided with transport, we have the numbers now, but we must link them to the schools. Which schools are they from? And then we can understand all the measures you have taken in respect of each school to ensure that these learners are not disadvantaged. Yeah, so maybe in the interest of time, let's agree to do that. And then we can engage further once we've received that information, whether it addresses the concerns that you have raised in your communication. The issue then I want to canvass next is the issue of rationalization, which my colleague Nkonde started speaking about. But what I wanted to canvass with you is that during the consultation process, are you also consulting COSATMA, particularly about the implication that your rationalization will have on them and their budget? Are they part of the stakeholders that you engage before you rationalize a school?
Yeah, I think it's important that the matter was raised to ensure that we consult end to end. Because the point that was raised is that we might continue on our own, and it might impact on transportation. And we are taking note of that. I'll check with the unit that is dealing with that, so that they give me a proper report. Because we cannot then have a situation where we rationalize, then we can't transport these learners. I mean, it defeats the entire purpose of rationalization. So we've taken note of that point earlier to say we will come back to you with a written response to that one in terms of the entire value chain consultation.
Okay, maybe so I understand your response. Are you saying currently you are not consulting them, you will start consulting them? Is that what your response is saying, or you don't know if they are being consulted, so that I'm clear?
It might sound like that, but I'm sure that the unit and the branch responsible will give me more facts. And therefore I don't want to indicate issues of speculation to you, because ordinarily consultation must be end to end.
Okay.
But however, let me not respond to this now, but come back with a written response.
Maybe through the chairperson, because I heard one of the colleagues being introduced as a specialist in the unit. If you can assist us, when decisions are taken regarding rationalization of schools, maybe let me ask, is your unit consulted when those discussions are happening?
Previously, it was not, but we have had maybe from last year after June.
Yes.
Yes, we have had engagements with the unit responsible for rationalization, where we discussed that whenever there is a school that they have earmarked for rationalization, we should be included in the process.
Okay.
And then we even asked them to extend the invitation to COSATMA, whereby in our quarterly committee meeting that we have with COSATMA, we then invited the specialist from the unit of rationalization, who came to sit with us to hear what we really wanted when it comes to rationalization. So far, the schools that have been rationalized and are in need of learner transport, they have not yet moved their learners to the host school, because it was in agreement that they should not move the learners, whereas they are in need of learner transport and they have not been provided with.
Okay. So you are saying from June you are being consulted and COSATMA is being consulted, and that where scholar transport has not been provided while the decision has been taken, it is not being implemented.
Yes.
Okay. And so that we fully understand your evidence, I want you to go to page 147. And for context, is a document that starts from 142, where you list your learner needs as a department. And then you also state the reasons why you need a transport. We'll start with on page 147. The school is Chatholima. Do you see that? That is the third school from the bottom of page 147? Okay.
Yes.
So in the instance of Chatholima, you can confirm for the record, because they're the reason for the transport, you see, says affected by rationalization. I'm assuming that means that the reason why you need scholar transport in that school is because the school is being rationalized.
Yes.
Okay. And we are saying, for example, in the case of Chatholima, the rationalization has not yet been implemented.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, okay. And you will see there on page 48 the number of schools as well that are affected by rationalization. If you can, maybe in the interest of time, just maybe as part of the package of additional submissions, we can get confirmation of whether the rationalization decision in each of those schools has been implemented.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. And the final issue I want to deal with is also an issue that my learned colleagues have canvassed briefly. The position of teachers in relation to learners at school. Unfortunately, Commissioner, by my time, we didn't have Latin at schools. So I know they use a Latin term. I'm still young. I think you and Konde, maybe you learned Latin. Kimang parentis. Yeah, parental responsibility. Yeah, no, we didn't do Latin in my time. I do apologize. As a person who stands in such a place of authority, you see transport that is coming to collect learners under your care. And others, I believe, is a submission from Sanko to say some of these vehicles are coffins. Let's say you just have the worst case, you see a coffin coming to collect learners in your care. What, in your view, is the responsibility of the teachers, particularly the principal, in those instances? where for whatever reason COSATMA has allowed law enforcement, the bus to drive on the main road like that until it gets to the school, the tires are worn out. The bus is literally leaning on one side and they are there to collect your learners. What is the responsibility of the school in those instances?
Is to immediately report, and once we receive that report, is to then ensure that we take our full responsibility, ensuring that that mode of transport is no longer on the road. So it is their responsibility in terms of the document, and
So-
obviously in terms of the issues that we have raised, local parentis, to report and not allow this to persist.
Okay. And beyond reporting, because depending on how effective the system is, I don't know how effective is. Do they allow this driver to take the children away, or is the expectation that they report and wait for a response before they allow the driver to take children away? What is your expectation as a department?
Earlier, we sponsored issue of COSATMA having, you said,
I'm not sure what response the ASG was going to give, but he wanted for me to come in and explain that COSATMA has arranged that there should be a panel of backup operators. They have appointed backup operators for instances when there is an emergency or there is a breakdown, then the operator would be removed from the route, and then the one with a roadworthy bus would be contracted. I don't know if that's what you want.
Is that right? So then, because now I have to read into your response because it was not answered directly, HOD. So are you saying your expectation then is not only should they be reporting, but they should ensure that learners do not go into that bus until the backup is or a suitable backup is provided? Is that what we are saying?
agreed, Commissioner.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to deal with the report of the PC, the recommendations. We've already dealt with the recommendations they've made of the unaccounted learners. You'll provide us with that information. But there's also an issue that they've raised regarding Pakedi, where they said there were 21 learners who did not attend school from March until the time of their visit in October. And they requested a report from the Department of Education regarding the condition of those learners. You know, what has been done to ensure that those learners have not been prejudiced. I don't know if you are aware of that matter, HOD, the issue of Pakedi of 21 learners who are not attending school.
Indeed, if it emanates from the PC, we do appear before the PC. The only problem that is raised there is that the report never reached.
Yes.
Yes. We will follow up on that one and ensure that. Just hold on, my colleague wants to say something.
We do have the report from Pakedi about the affected 21 learners who did not receive scholar transport from February 20, is it March, February, I'm not sure, 2024 to December. They have outlined that 7 learners dropped out while 8 wrote their examinations and they were able to pass. Then the other 5 relocated from the government farm to Leo Dorenstad. So we'll finish the commission with the report from the school.
All right. Thank you. Please provide us with the report, and to the extent that there were those developments of the dropouts, just indicate then what you are doing to get those learners back into school, to the extent that has not been dealt with in your report. Thank you, Commissioner. That will be all for now.
Thank you so much. I just want to go back to the persons with disabilities. So, from what you're saying is that this policy only applies to mainstream schools. But is there then provision for persons with disabilities or learners with disabilities?
Commissioner indicated that for our special schools, although I'll come back to your point, we do provide, we procure from our unit that deals with transportation. But the question was around the learners who are in the mainstream, to say how do we deal with them? And we said they are provided for through these mini buses and special vehicles by the parents. But we said we will have to strengthen that point, because it's not only that we are looking at public ordinary schools, but we are looking at the entirety of the department. For those schools in the 32 special schools, we provide them the special transport through our LTSM provisioning, but we don't want to neglect any child not to go to school, because we are saying in the full service schools we are not providing. We need to ensure that we do that as well.
My concern is when I look at the document, it is not alive to learners with disabilities. They have clearly been excluded, and that is a concern for me. In the 2015 policy, or the memorandum that you have referred to. So I wanted to find out, is there maybe another document that guides the process when you deal with learners with disabilities? There is somewhere which you can provide at a later stage, I hope, which will also show that it has been in existence. They are not, just thought of now because the Commission is raising them. Is there such a document?
Commissioner, not necessarily, but through this engagement, we are going to improve that point.
Now, according to one of our witnesses, he said that there are children who go to the mainstream school who use these wheelchairs that are being carried into the buses. Whilst with the same tone, you're saying there aren't such children. And I cannot recall whether it was Mr. Offense or it was Mr. Dazuga or any of the witnesses exactly who said that, but it was actually Sanko. Yes, so they said children are being carried into the bus. So it's not true that children with disabilities are not in the mainstream schools. So it is an oversight on the department to have not dealt with this in the memorandum?
As part of the answer, I recall they mentioned Pakela Primary School, where they said the learners require learner transport and they are not accommodated. I can assure the Commission that we did a follow-up with the school. There is no learner at Pakela who needs learner transport and is living with disability. We will finish the Commission with the report from the school.
Okay, and just being a commissioner for persons with disabilities, let's just fix the language. The language there, it's persons with disabilities, not living with disabilities, because you're going to be chastised in the social media for that. So let's just fix that. And I want to take you to rationalization. I was in Murukweng at some point last year, and in one of the schools, I'm not sure whether it's Bonabona. Is there a school called Bonabona? Yes. In Bonabona, the principal there told us that, which was very disturbing, of course, She said that children that wanted to do mathematics and science were forced to relocate from the area to go to another village where this would be children that will have to go and stay in back rooms of families, obviously unsupervised, only because they wanted to do science and maths. Because in Bonabona, they were not providing maths. And I also asked her, but why? Why has this been done? And especially if you now realize that there's obviously a lacuna, that there's a gap there, because you've got children that have to now go to another village just for them to get this education. And she says that according to her, the children are not that clever, which was so worrisome for me to say. Something that I've been mentioning, I'm sure if you can follow, I've said this a number of times, and it's a no-no. It's a no-no for me. No child should be limited just because somebody thinks that they cannot prevail in a situation. I've heard of children, when they get the right teaching, they're able to, do above and beyond what you would perceive with your own eyes. But the question is, it looks like the department, with regard to rationalization, it's not consulting. And I've now heard from the specialists that there was a time it was not done. And I'm sure you'll also say that at that time, maybe you were not there. It is because you are not there. Very easy to, it's a, yeah. It's a safe zone. It's a safe zone for you. But it's so unfair to those children. And again, the right to education is definitely being violated. So going forward, is the department saying that now it is being done? Because again, Sanko, when they referred to one of the schools, they said that there wasn't consultation. They have had to protest. They submitted, in fact, a petition, they said. They submitted a petition in order to ensure that the voices of the voiceless is being heard. And it was only then that the department stopped the process, or else those children would have been forced to commute rather to town in order for them to just get their right realized.
No, it's a point taken, Commissioner, and very much worrisome. You see, some other times, our officials will not escalate problems on time, and by the time we get these matters, the damage is huge. I mean, if I were to consult the director, Dr. RSM, he might give me a different perspective, but we are not saying we disown what you are saying. It's an eye-opener, and we have been raising these matters to say, at school level, the principal will report to the secretariat. The secretary must escalate to the director so that we are able to mitigate without any delay. And therefore, we are fresh from a maths lekgotla yesterday and the day before. Maths in the province is a problem, in fact, in the country. But we are not saying that, therefore, there's nothing we do about it. We are moving. We have seen in our social media this thing, dlala maths. We are trying to show the community that maths is doable. It's fashionable. We know that in these areas, educators will be appointed 3 months down the line, they run away. But we are not saying those learners should not be taught maths and science. We are concerned about that. We'll follow that matter and ensure that those learners are not treated in the fashion that you've articulated. But also, we are saying, all along, our consultation was confined to our education stakeholders, which is now your unions and the SGP formations. And therefore, throughout the day, we've been listening that we need them to expand our basket of consultation to include the local municipality and the SANCOs, because they are also having interest in education space. They assist us in many ways. So I think it's a matter that has to be improved. When we talk about the QLTC, we've got a unit called QLTC, quality learning, that deals with stakeholders. We will deposit this matter to say, guys, we need, because we've seen recently that SANCO has been very much upfront with issues pertaining to education. Issues of admission, they were there, and therefore we cannot shy away from what they're saying. We cannot push them aside, and therefore they become our stakeholders as well. Like I said, we do have quarterly meetings. We will include them as well. So that, but that one of maths is a matter that is high on our agenda to improve not only the performance in maths, but access to mathematics and physics. And if you look at our performance, we've seen an upward trajectory in the performance of mathematics in this province. But I've seen now a drop in science. So we are trying to balance these forces. But we are prioritizing our far-flung areas to support them with our specialists, education specialists, subject advisors, to ensure that those, even if they are few in number. Remember, how we provide a human resource, it depends on the ratio of learner to educator. You know, but we don't say those learners must not be provided for. And we are deeply ahead, like you were then, Commissioner.
Okay, let's now talk about the time frames with regard to when the documents that you have alluded to will be submitted. Amongst others, there's a circular with regard to bullying. Obviously, we would want to see the policy. There was also canvassed, even though there was one that was found. I'm not sure whether you're comfortable to say that is actually the policy that you are referring to, or is there another one? It has been received. Okay. There's also an issue for me with regard to just the procedure that you have for teachers to report on these incidents. If there's a policy that guides that, so that they're also protected from victimization, you will understand that as Human Rights Commission, not only do we look at learners, but we're also concerned about the educators, that the space remains safe against the department, of course. And we'd want to see that there are parameters that have been provided that would create an enabling environment for them to be able to report the department for failure to adhere to Labor Relations Act. And of course, if there's any other document that you think it is important for us to have, so can it also be provided? We do have a time frame that we have given previously, and it was up to the 4th of April. I don't know if that would also be sufficient for yourselves in order to be able to, you can even go as far as addressing some of the issues that have been asked. But of course, issues that must still be posed to the MEC that we are still going to canvass. And I'm going to go to Mr. Nkonde just now with regard to say. So is that sufficient time? That is for information that is within your, in your terrain.
It's fair, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Nkonde, I know you've said that you'd want to then canvass the issue with regard to the MEC, and it would be best to rather converse it now while they're still on the podium, because you'd recall that in the morning, we had requested that they provide proof of why the MEC was supposed to travel to Italy vis-a-vis coming to the engagement.
Thank you, Commissioner. With your leave, Can I just canvass one issue which I find it would be an injustice for me to leave it
may proceed.
uncanvassed. It's a new issue, but it's part of the pack. If we may go to page 477. My apologies, 478, paragraph 9. Following the school readiness inspection in January, Commissioner, a letter was dispatched to the HOD of Kosatma. And I want to put that part on record, and then we will go to the response. And there's a spelling mistake or a typo there. But it says, the principal also reported an incident involving, that is under Flagpan School, Flagpan Primary. The principal also reported an incident involving one bus driver who assisted. The word was meant to say, who assaulted a child on the bus. To date, the school has not received an update on this, despite it not being the first time such an incident has occurred. And then I think maybe the assisted part might have thrown them off, which we accept. And this letter was not directed to them because the issue happened on a bus. But can they also provide a report on this incident? Because one of the policies, I think in the SLA, it does speak about that under no circumstances must a child be verbally or physically abused. So this incident paints a different picture, that a child, even if the child disturbed the driver, it's not a justification for assaulting. That is my request. And then, secondly, Commissioner, you referred to the incident of a child being carried, and the department responded by saying it's Pakela. Sanko actually said it's Bosport, somewhere in Bosport where the child was carried, not in Pakela. So maybe a report should be extracted from that part, not the Pakela side. That is why maybe there is no such, or there are no children. That is why they refer to 3 children, one of them being carried into the bus. Thank you. Those are my issues, Commissioner. Then the last issue which we started with, I just want to canvass. Can I take you again to page 128? I'm making an application now. Commissioner, let me introduce paragraph 13 on record, which was introduced earlier in the morning. It says, please note that should you fail to adhere to the Commission's request in terms of this notice, the Commission will proceed in terms of section 15(1)(c) of the SHHRC Act. Paragraph 40 says, please note further that in terms of section 22H of the South African Human Rights Act, any state official who fails to afford the commission the necessary assistance referred to in terms of section 4, subsection 2, or section 13, subsection 4 of the SAHRC Act shall be guilty of an offense and may be liable on conviction to a fine or imprisonment. Now, I want to visit the Human Rights Commissions Act. I want to start, Commissioner, and look at section 15, which is referred to in the notice under paragraph 13. It's 15(1)(c). I will just go straight to it. It says, pursuant to provisions of section 13, subsection 3 of the commission. Let me start again. Pursuant to the provisions of section 13, subsection 3, the commission may, in order to enable it to exercise its power or its powers to perform its function, subsection C, require any person by notice in writing under the hand of the commissioner, addressed and delivered by a member of staff or a sheriff in relation to an investigation, to appear before it at a time and place specified in such a notice, and to produce to it all articles or documents in the possession or in custody or under the control of any such person, and which may be necessary in connection with that investigation, provided that such notice must contain the reasons why such a person's presence is needed and why any article or document should be provided. Let's move, Commissioner, to section 4, which is now under paragraph 14. It says, a commissioner as well as a member of staff may not act in any manner. No. It's subsection 2. Sorry. Let me go. All organs of state must afford the commission such assistance as may be reasonably required for the protection of the independence, impartiality, and dignity of the commission in pursuit of its objective. That is section 4, subsection 2. I'm going to 13. I'm just laying foundation, Commissioner, for the application that I want to make. Section 13, subsection 4 says, all organs of state must afford the commission such assistance as may be reasonably required for the effective exercising of its powers and performance of its function. The last section, which is 22H, says, a person who fails to afford the commission the necessary assistance referred to in section 4(2) or 13, subsection 4, is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. That is the background. In the morning, Commissioner, we introduced information before this inquiry, where we tabulated the steps that we took to try and secure the presence of the MEC in these proceedings. What we said on January 27, 2025, our first correspondence, which was a notice under the hand of the commissioner, who's the chairperson today, was sent to the MEC. And a response was not received. And for the purpose of record again, the notice was sent by Mr. Likoma, who was our candidate attorney. I was copied on the response, on that email. The provincial manager was also copied. A follow-up was sent. I'm now, because the basis has been laid when we started, a follow-up was sent on the 18th, Commissioner, of February 2025. And again, it was sent by Mr. Likoma. To date, we have not received any response to that effect. That's the first part. And when we inquired in the morning as to the whereabouts of the MEC, an indication was made that the MEC is out of the country and is in Italy. My submission, Commissioner, is whether that information is correct or not, the MEC could be in his office for all that matter. A notice was sent under your hand which requested information, which was tabulated earlier on. I think it's about 5 points. A response was not received. And I personally believe that these actions are undermining the work of the Commission. These actions are hindering the Commission from taking steps towards getting redress, particularly on this aspect. We have not received an apology. We do not know why the MEC is not here. What has been said, we cannot confirm it for sure that he is in Italy, but be that as it may, the MEC is not here. That is the very important part. Whereas a date, a venue, and time was communicated to him, or the MEC. He did not bother to respond. I'm therefore making this application, Commissioner, that actions be taken in terms of the sections that we've outlined. If it calls for us to go and open criminal proceedings so that they be prosecuted in terms of Section 4, because they're saying failure to appear may result in a fine or imprisonment of not less than 6 months. I'm making that application that Commissioner exercise his or her discretion on this part so that a message is sent, Commissioner, that the future of our children is very important. Section 29 is not just a right that must be trampled upon. And two, Commissioner, yes, we may reconvene and give the MEC an opportunity to speak and apologize. But that action has financial implication. COSATMA, Department of Education, they are speaking of austerity measures. Our own budget has been curtailed. We have taken this time and spent so much money to be here and assist and act and do what is required of us in terms of Section 15 and holding people to account and getting information from the officials. That has been undermined. The time we reconvene, if we do reconvene, we must book another venue. If we don't book another venue, we must set aside time again, which is a resource. We must put physical resource. These are resources of the commission. We must go and prepare. We must arrange a lot of logistics, which will cost money, which we do not have. I therefore request, Commissioner, humbly, that actions be taken in terms of what I've just outlined. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nkonde. Mr. Mtabe?
I don't have any submission on this score, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tebe?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a clarity-seeking question directed at the HOD, if I may, Commissioner.
Yes.
Mr. Masilo, when Ms. Mlombo asked how you ensure compliance with your anti-bullying policy during the commute to and from schools, you mentioned that there are parents on the side of the roads that are wearing reflectors to ensure that there is no bullying. But I want to understand, because earlier on you advised that there are no parents during the commute in the buses with the children. So how do you ensure compliance during the commute from the point where the children are picked up until they are dropped off at school, and when they are picked up from school until they are dropped off at home? Because the bullying is an issue and it happens during the commute, on the way to school and on the way from school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tebe. HOD?
Yeah, I think we acceded to the point that there is a gap around that, and that we don't want to have anyone who's not eligible or even vetted to be with learners, should anything happen. So we accepted that there's a gap and we're working around it. But we know that during school hours, when they're waiting for the bus in the morning, they are being guided by their parents. But this gap is what we are going to we are working on to improve that measure. So there is a gap, we accept it, and we'll be working on it.
Thank you.
Judge,
Nothing.
There's an addition.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think earlier on, there's school conduct, which at the end of the day, if there's a breach or there's bullying, the learner will be subject to a disciplinary hearing or will be subject to a suspension. So from whatever that will emanate during the commune, it's part of the code of conduct which the learners must follow. So the circular also that I will be submitting, it will also be speaking to those issues where if there's a breach of the code of conduct, what happens to that specific lane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I almost left out something through you. Earlier on, you undertook to provide or to speak towards that provision by COSATMA? Do you have that ready? Are you able to speak towards that?
Through you, Chair, can it also be added as one of the things that I need to submit? Because as we're on the sitting, I'm busy checking the act here, the National Land Transport Act. So I was just in between perusing and listening. So I will also submit that within days provided.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nothing further from me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Teben. Mr. Lekoma?
Thank you, Commissioner. Except that I concur with Mr. Nkonde's sentiments, I've got nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. PM? Thank you so much. HOD, you will recall that in the morning a number of questions were posed with regard to the whereabouts of the MEC, and you are then given time to try and solicit documents that will then back up what you had put on record as to her whereabouts. It is now 15:17. I'm not sure you are now in possession of documentation which will then prove the whereabouts of the MEC. I'm going to then give you an opportunity to put that on record for my consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have, and we are depositing to you.
Have you made sure that we've got copies?
Yes, Commissioner.
Is that the only copy you have?
How many do you require, Chair? We can make copies.
Okay, but maybe not to waste time. Let's rather have you read that into record. Let's hear what the document says.
This is a document inviting the Honorable MEC to the Special Olympics World Winter Games in Turin 2025. Dear Ntsetsao Viola Mutsumi, it is my great honor to confirm your invitation and participation in the Special Olympics World Winter Games in Turin as an honored guest. The event will take place from the 8th to the 15th March 2025 in Italy, featuring competitions in various locations across Piedmont region, including Turin, Baroneccia, Sastriere, and Praga-Litau. The Polish Olympics Winter Games represent a remarkable celebration of inclusivity in sports, highlighting the achievements of individuals with intellectual disabilities. More than 1,500 athletes and unified partners will participate in 8 sports. They are indicated. Must I read them as well? The sporting codes.
Okay, so in essence, it's an invitation to attend Olympics. From what date?
From the 8th to the 15th March 2025.
Where?
In Turin, in Italy.
And what date appears on the document? It's dated?
20th January 2025.
20 January 2025. So it is addressed personally to the MEC?
Yes, Commissioner.
May we then, is that the only document that you have to prove that she's in Italy?
For her to can then travel, a request was made to the Premier to allow her to travel.
And what date is depicted on the request?
The Office of the Premier received the request on the 11th of February 2025, and the approval was granted.
And when was the approval granted?
The Premier did not date, but there's a date of the, let me see, on the 10th of February 2025. He signed and approved the Premier, but no date appended.
So there's no date on the approval.
Yes, but there is a signature and the approval.
And so say for the documents you have now mentioned, is there also documentation that can prove that indeed, as we speak, the MEC is in Italy?
I think what then will be provided will be all the traveling documents and other things that we'll have to source and submit to the chair.
All right, can we then agree that same must be forwarded to the office by within the next 7 days for me to then make a determination? You have had the application that has been made by Mr. Nkonde, which has also been supported by Mr. Lekuma. Unless the council, you'd want to articulate the position of the department further, or you'd want to make further written submissions for my consideration before I can make a ruling.
No, while we were sourcing documents, we indicated, we sent them the email that is on the bundle to say an email was sent to the PA of the MEC, and a response is saying the email address is incorrect. So we need to check that as well. Hence, there was no response from their side. Both email addresses of the PA are said to be incorrect. So we have to verify that as well. Because I checked why there was no response. There is a claim that the email address are spelled incorrectly. We'll have to verify that as well.
Okay. So in your document, then you can please speak to that, even though in the morning you will recall that I did ask if it was received, and your answer is that it was received. That's the answer you gave in the morning, but obviously maybe you are misguided at the time. So I will still allow you the opportunity. So it's within 7 days. When you count from today, it will be next week. Today is Thursday. So next week, Wednesday. May I have the date? So if we can be forwarded then further documentation for my consideration and counsel, it is within your right, of course, to make legal submissions with regard to, of course, looking at our act, what it depicts with regard to when a person fails to appear before a hearing, what is expected of the commissioner that has appended her signature on the notice. And Mr. Nkonde and team, also it is within your right to make further written submissions where that is concerned. May I then take this time to thank you once more for availing yourselves for this engagement, and we look forward to then receiving those further submissions, and you are all excused. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm the date for the submissions.
Are we considering 7 working days or calendar days, Commissioner?
Okay. Looks like because of the holiday, you've got some time there. And because we're also dealing with the act, we're looking at calendar working days. Right. So it then gives us the 25th of March, which I believe it is ample time. So 25th March, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are excused. We are going to move to the Community Safety, HOD, as well as the MEC. Please ascend the stage. Thank you so much. Let us settle down, settle down. Colleagues, please let us move swiftly, quietly. Thank you so much. We now welcome the MEC as well as the HOD. Ntate Vessels, please stand for the oath. May I please have your full names? Your age?
How old am I? I'm 33, turning 34.
Yeah. May I just request once more that you put your names on record? I think you did not have your mic with you
My
at the
name
time.
is Vessels Musimana Gabe Moroya.
Thank you so much. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Of course.
You swear that the evidence you're about to give is going to be the truth, nothing but the truth. If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. MEC, please take a seat. May I have the HOD? Please state your full names.
My name is Dr. Hans Kekana,
Your age?
52 years old.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Do you have an objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
Mpho Rantuna,
Your age?
44.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation.
Maybe before that, your position in the department?
I'm the acting chief director responsible for the program.
Thank you. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't have any problem.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
And no, ma'am. Ma'am?
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God. Affirmation.
You said affirmation?
No, this is
I, oh, it's very rare to affirmation. Okay. Do you affirm that what you are going to be? So for you, we don't use evidence. Yes. Do you affirm that what you'll be stating to this commission, it is within your knowledge?
Yes.
And then you say, "I affirm."
I affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I've been stereotyped. So, team, is it Mr. Nkwande? Yes.
Yes,
Thank you so
Commissioner.
much. Over to you, Mr. Nkwande.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, gentlemen and lady. Dorotela, MEC, no ma'am. Afternoon again. Commissioner, we have divided the work in terms of particular sections. I will deal with one part, other colleagues will deal with other parts as well. So, for my purpose, I will be dealing with one, the SLA, which I think we will start with. Parts of what I will deal with is the reports that we received from the Auditor General, and then other issues will emanate from what comes through the evidence, just to give you background. I would request that we speak through the microphone because there are recording devices which are assisting us also to, not this gentleman, our own devices that are assisting us to transcribe the proceedings. Yes. Maybe my first question, I would ask from the MEC. Maybe I should start with the HOD because he has submitted information when we sent out the invitation for them to make submissions regarding this project. We wrote to him, I think it would be 3 times. He can speak to all 3 incidences, but you don't need to read verbatim. You can speak to all issues, but be detailed. And then before you start, Commissioner, I would also want to submit that the MEC only responded today. When we were here, we have received the submission from his office, which we have not had time to study, but for the sake of progress, we would I'll propose and request that humbly we allow him to speak to his submission because he has his own questions relating to his own responsibilities. I would then move over to Dr. Hans to introduce his evidence, and then we would proceed and in that fashion. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
So the issue of late submission from the MEC, do you propose that you will deal with it as at the time that you'll be canvassing the questions with him, or do we deal with it now as one of the preliminary issues?
I'm of the view, Commissioner, that looking at the time, if we delve into the issues, because I would also want to get into the reasons why they came late. I am interested in that part as well, but I don't know, you lead us. If you want us to start there, we can start there. If you want us to start with the evidence, we can always start with the evidence. But either way, wherever you position us, we can proceed.
Let's start there. It's important because it compromises the process. So let us understand what informed this late submission from the MEC.
Okay.
MEC, may you please hear from yourself? We are told that you've only responded today. What was the reason for you not to respond earlier when the request was made?
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. Let me greet the House at large. No, indeed, Commissioner, we sent the response in the morning. Something that I must indicate to the House that we commit before the Commission that it will never happen again. But that was due to competing task, Commissioner, that as the MEC I had to deal with, including other responsibilities bestowed upon me that I had to deal with within the department. Be that as it may be, that does not mean anyhow that I undermine, no, do not take this commission serious, Commissioner. Importantly, I wanted time also to can be able to deal with these questions myself, not to be reliant on the information that I'm getting from the officials. Hence, I managed to get time and then made sure that I sit down with the responsible managers led by the HOD so that I satisfy myself that the answers do represent what I want to bring to the attention of the Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Nkonde, you satisfied with the answer?
No, Your Commissioner. Can I transact this part further?
Yes.
Yes. MEC, to your knowledge, when did you receive this invitation or this notice?
Well, I'm not exact, but it's 2 weeks ago. HOD is trying to check, but it's 2 weeks ago, if my memory serves me well.
Okay. Can we not rely on the memory? Can we get the exact information
Yes,
as to when? Can you get us the date?
No, the HOD is checking
Okay.
as to when did you receive it.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe whilst he's checking, Mr. Nkonde, can you take
Yes.
us to your proof
Yes.
of service of the notice and read to us the date and the email that was used to send the notice? Thank you.
Can the Commissioner bear with me? Just trying to locate the right file. Sorry? Thank you very much, Commissioner. The notice is starting from page 264. I don't know, Commissioner, whether I should introduce the entire content to record, but for the purpose of, because of time constraints, the email was sent to the office of the MEC on the 27th, I mean the first day. It was sent on the 27th day of January at 6:09 p.m. It was a Monday. It was sent by Mr. Tsidiso Likoma, who's our candidate attorney. The email address that he used is tleekoma@sahrc.org.za. The email was sent to tmetswmer@nwpg.gov.za. It was Ms. Shelley Mlombo, the provincial manager, was copied, and her email is smlombo@sahrc.org.za, and also Emmanuel Nkonde was copied on enkonde@sahrc.org.za. And then the last person who was copied was Miss Eliano Modikwe at LMODIKOE@sahrc.org.za. The subject of the email was Notice of Inquiry, South African Human Rights Commission. It reads, Dear MEC, kindly see the attached for your urgent attention. Regards. And then no response was received. And then a follow-up was sent by the same gentleman. It was Thursday, 27 February 2025, 10:01. It was sent to VINCENTMETSWME@gmail.com. Only Emmanuel Gonde was copied. If I may request as well, Commissioner, to request Mr. Tsidiso, Mr. Likoma's cell phone, because I understand that communication was also had with the PA of the MEC, who indicated that they did not receive the notice which was resent to him, and he confirmed that such was received. Telephone calls were done on Monday in my presence, where he was confirming that he has received the communication. Two things were canvassed there. One, a request for submissions. And then secondly, confirmation of the appearance. Now, an undertaking was made that a submission will come, which follow-ups were made via a telephone call. I don't remember, maybe the cell phone, it was done on the direct line, the PA of the MEC. And then, unfortunately, we did not receive the communication or the notice, the submissions. Secondly, we also did not receive, because the last push was on Monday when we left office, to just get a confirmation whether the MEC will come or not. We did not receive that. As a result, Commissioner, when we worked on compiling our pack, the only information we received from the MEC's office, the only information we have that falls under MEC on this page, it's two documents. It's our notice and the emails that were sent to him, which drew no response. That is the information I'm putting on record, Commissioner.
May we have the MEC respond to that? In the meantime, Mr. Lekoma, please be ready with the cell number, or is it the office number?
It's the office line.
And the date and the time of the call. MEC, over to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The answer still stands, Commissioner. This was necessitated by the fact that I was held up due to other activities that compelled me to work outside the office. Be that as it may, we sincerely apologize, and we request the Commission that in future, such an important information, they must also copy the head of the department so that it can be brought to my attention, because more often than not, I'm not in the office to deal with administrative issues, but rather I'm dealing with other important tasks that has to do with day-to-day contact with the people, as I'm a representative of the people. Thank you.
Shall we put it to rest?
We can.
Let's put it to rest. The MEC is apologizing. The public has heard, he's apologizing, but MEC, I must just caution to say, you can't say more important scholar transport is paramount. Section 28
When
is
I,
very
when I speak
clear.
of important issues, it also included the scholar transport, because in some instances I had to accompany the official to do the work and also do my own monitoring. It also includes scholar transport, the importance.
Okay, MEC, please do speak through me. Do not interject.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner. Sorry.
MEC, Section 28 is very clear. The rights of children are paramount. Everything we must do must be in the best interest of the child. As a Chapter 9 institution, we have been labeled to be useless, not able to hold government to account. So it is instances such as this where we would be viewed once more as not doing enough to chastise the government. So MEC, when a Chapter 9 institution calls you, it is to assist you with your very mandate, which is your mandate to uphold the law. And it is on those bases that we say, please prioritize Human Rights Commission first. And of course, yes, you can go to the public, you can delegate. There's an obligation on you to delegate down MEC. You can allow the HOD to go and do that work. You've got community safety officers on the road that can also do that work. But the buck stops and starts with you. So thank you. We accept your explanation unreservedly for now. And let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would hand over to the HOD to proceed with his evidence, or his submissions. Thank you. Dr. Kekan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also, Chairperson, echo the MEC sentiments by requesting that in future we also take correspondence through my office so that we can efficiently respond on time. I must hasten to say, having worked with MECs before, the MEC sitting on my left is one of those that responds to matters on time. And I'm not singing for my job here. I am sitting here knowing the work that he does.
It is exactly how it sounds like.
No.
I would advise stay away from that,
Thank you very much,
that
Chairperson.
aspect.
Chairperson, in terms of the questions that were raised, just to stress on the correspondence, we'll also write to the Commission just to indicate the actual emails and telephone numbers so that we don't miss them. We also don't miss them in terms of typos and so on. They will be coming from my office under my signature, indicating officials in the office of the MEC that we can call. The telephone lines, they work sometimes, sometimes they also don't work. We'll also indicate to you cell phones that we can reach us on directly. Commissioner, we received a few questions which I will sum up because some of them as responded to and reported to the team in writing. There was a question on the reasons why awarding of contracts or service providers who use list buses, an indication of whether such practice is in line with policy. Commissioner, the use of list buses was part of the tender specification for this particular tender. As much as it would have been, it would have taken place before my time or my arrival, myself and the MEC to the department, we take responsibility of the outcome of that process because it relates to work that was committed by the department that I'm accountable for and the MEC is leading. So this part of the broader objective at the time when I joined the department, it was part of the broader objective of bringing new role players and just opening the market in the space where small operators wanted to play. So the department, when I inquired about this lease option, because I also had a challenge with it. You have someone whose specialty is maybe is in catering or is in stationary support and so on, but because the tender was open to everyone, it then brought such players in. It then gave them an opportunity to participate in the space that most of them would have not qualified if it was restricted to bus operators, something that I will speak to later, which the MEC has introduced as part of us troubleshooting on this matter. Chairperson, we were also asked to indicate a list of transport service providers involved in road accident during the transportation of learners in the last 2 years, and the reasons for the accident, Chairperson. We have provided such, I would just summarize, Chair. We had a driver who lost control in Lichtenberg. The company is named there. He lost control of the bus, wherein the steering wheel disengaged, and the bus had to veer off the road. Unfortunately, it was minor injuries and trauma in that regard. We were on the scene the following day immediately, myself and the former MEC. We met with school principals, learners. We took learners for psycho education was on board immediately. In fact, they arrived before us a day before to provide psychosocial support to learners. And we got evidence from the learners who were in the bus in terms of the challenge that took place. Compounding the challenge, Chair, apart from mechanical problems, the report we also got was the road condition, which we also went with the MEC. We drove on the road to the scene and to make sure that when we speak to our sister Department of Public Works for the grading of such a road. The second one, Chairperson, was in Kunotwana village, unfortunately, and we also went there the following day with the MEC sitting next to me. MEC insisted that we immediately go to the school. Chair, here we are dealing with a case of a drunken driving. It was in the afternoon. The driver was intoxicated, loaded kids, taking them back home. We are told by the children who were in the bus and the school and the community members that the driver was driving very recklessly, missed the first turn. On the second turn, kids panicked and they started jumping off the bus. Unfortunately, the child that unfortunately lost the life was a very young learner, jumped off and hit off badly. Unfortunately, we lost. But let me indicate on this one, Chairperson, the bus was roadworthy. It's one of those buses that you would want to ferry our kids on the road. So it's not always the issue of the condition of the bus. In this case, we are dealing with recklessness and drunken driving of the driver. The driver drove the bus back to school. It looks like the arrangement with the school, he will take the bus parks at the school because it's next to, the village is very small. So he picks up the bus in the morning, pick up kids, bring them back to school, park the bus there, go wherever, come back, pick up the bus, pick up the kids, drop them off, bring the bus back. After the incident, the same driver offloaded the rest of the children and brought the bus back to school, to the school. And community members started coming in. He only, according to the explanation we got from the principal, the driver did not even, the way he was so intoxicated, did not even realize the incident. He was only told when he was parking the bus that there's a problem at the back. And when community members gathered at the school principal has already called the police. Unfortunately, he managed to lock the driver in the one of the offices that had butlers because community members wanted to assault him. He was arrested. There's a case of drunken driving that is being investigated. The service provider, I must also indicate on the first one, Chair, of Lichtenberg, the service was terminated, a new service provider was appointed. On this one, we also terminated the service and appointed a new provider. Chair, the third one, third but last, was in Freiburg, where learners were hospitalized after the bus got a tire burst. The driver, we are told, tried to control the bus, but unfortunately, there were learners that sustained some injuries. Department of Education was on board immediately doing with their part of psychosocial support, but also ensuring that we attend to the injured learners who were also taken to clinics and hospital. The last one, Chair, it was in October 2024 on the 9th in Tsaure, where a bus was involved in an accident. A learner was also Unfortunately, learner lost their life here, Chair. This matter is still under investigation. We await a report on the passenger liability. What happened here, Chair, is that according to the report that we received, the driver did not observe before leaving the pickup point, only to find that there was a learner who came running and the bus was already in motion. He tried to get into the bus, which was already in motion. Unfortunately, he fell and the bus ran over him. Chair, these are the 4 incidents that we have where we've registered fatalities, and these are the actions that we have taken. 2 fatalities and the other 2 with incidents of injuries, minor injuries. Chair, we have provided a list of transport service providers who have been found not to be operating overloaded buses. It's a long list. I won't go through it. It is there in the report, Chair. I'll jump that one. The next question deals with a list of service providers who have been found to be operating unroadworthy vehicles by the department. Chair, there's a list that should have been attached to that. You'll only see 2 there, Mr. Nkonde. I think I realized this, and after we've already sent, we wanted to say list attached, but they've just mentioned 2. Initially, it was just a whole list of many of them, because you will see how it relates to the next question that is answered in a list. The similar list would be the list that we use here. But on this one, Chair, we also requested, but I didn't see it on the file. It might have been one of those missed documents. We also attached termination letters, because they go with termination letters to say this is a list of those that we have. But there is a question that I'll refer to. So I'm saying on 4, when you see just those 2 names, it would have been a long list indeed. A list of transport service providers who have been found to be running an unreliable transport service by your department in the last 2 years. It's provided there, Chair. We've got about 2, 4, 6, 8 of them in this regard. In the next question, Chair, a list of transport service providers who have been found to have not complied with any other material contractual obligation by your department in the last 2 years. We've provided it from 6.4. There's a table, Chair. Now, hence I'm saying this table will be similar to what would have been at 4 in terms of a list of those providers. It's almost a three-page table, Chair. I would not go through the list and the names. I'll go straight to 6.4, Chairperson. Operators terminated on the basis of fraudulent activities. We've given 2 on that list, Chair. On that table, there's 2. There's a route number on the first one. The second one, we missed the route number there on the correct section of the table, but it does indicate the response, Chairperson. In terms of 7, the specific consequence management measures taken against your officials who may have been found to be complicated in the non-compliance of service providers. Chair, to date, we have not received any. I have not received any as accounting officer, and we have said none there. Under 8, the consequence management measures taken against your officials who may have been found. Same on this one, Chair. Nothing received for my attention. Our response is none. To the extent that no consequence management measures have been taken, the reasons for this, it remains none from our side, Chair, because we haven't received any complaints that would have triggered that particular process. Under 10, Chair, on copies of the service agreements entered into the non-compliant service providers. Chair, we are saying operators who have been found to be contravening the condition of the contract are given an opportunity to remedy the situation, and failure to do so, they are terminated based on the severity of the matter. So there are conditions on the SLA. There's more than one. On hindsight now, looking at my reading of the response, would have said attached is the SLA, so that it would then refer you, Chair, to the relevant sections that defines this part of the work of the requirement. Copies of all internal investigative reports in respect of non-compliant submissions are made for the replacement of operators who have been found not to be compliant with the conditions of the contract. Chair, I suppose this is part of the annexures that we've submitted with our report. On number 12, Chair, which is the last point, details of the funding shortfall and the measures your department is taking to address the funding shortfall. Chair, we've indicated that our current budget is based on the contractual obligations on scholar transport. We've identified overloading and additional routes as items that require additional funding. And Chair, we are indicating that of the current 450 million budget, we have done an exercise which indicates that we are running short of around 74 million in terms of this contract. Now, how it came about, Chair, that we are running short of this is that, remember, we provide a service to our sister department, education. They provide us with the needs. We advertise based on the needs that education would have given to us. Now, the current contract is a new contract, Chair. It started on the 16th of January 2024. It will run for the next 5 years. Now, under normal circumstances, Chair, where things are equal, which is very difficult in society, you'd looking forward to a new contract having those glitches for the first 4 to 5 months in terms of transport. From there, you are looking at what we refer to as stability in the provision of scholar transport. Now, we're looking at that stability, Chair, post the first month, for 3-4 months of glitches. And I must say, Chair, from the onset, when the department completed the procurement at the time before my arrival, they've done all the due diligence in terms of the process that they followed. Now, when we took over, at that time, the acting SG was Dr. Mvula. We established a working committee, a war room between ourselves and the Department of Education, chaired by myself and Dr. Mvula at the time. This was a meeting of transport practitioners between the department and education colleagues that were sitting here, where we troubleshoot on challenges, but it was a frequent meeting that we're holding bi-monthly, but with the teams at the regions meeting almost monthly on their own, bringing issues to the table where myself and Dr. Mvula at the acting HG then would then troubleshoot. Most of these issues came from all the regions, unroadworthy buses, this and that, challenges of late coming, and so on and so forth. Now, that committee was extended when the following acting SG, whose documents appear here, as acting SG Sishibe at the time, we continued with those meetings. And I remember very well that the last meeting of this committee was just 2 days before he was replaced by Remashilo, who was sitting here. And we proceeded with the same with Remashilo, with the team holding same engagement. This is the background, Chair. But let me hasten to say, as I conclude, we as the department, we are committed to providing this service to our sister department. We carry the mandate of transport in terms of the National Transport Land Act, NLTA, but we also have an opportunity of having been a department that has established itself with transport practitioners and people who work with transportation on daily basis. The mandate would then come from education in terms of additional needs. As in our last meeting with acting SG and the team, we identified the additional needs of schools that were not advertised previously. Now, as a result, we wouldn't have picked it up at the time because we were more reliant on our sister department saying this is an additional need and so on. But with these meetings that have been taking place, Chair, this war room, we've managed to resolve and come up to a common understanding that there would have been an oversight on 1 or 2 schools owing to the measure and demeasure issues that we were dealing with our colleagues. Just a point, Chair, which is also crucial for the record. We provide transport for learners who travel 5 kilometers and above. You'd have picked up in some of our reports, Chair, where we're talking about multiple trip occurrences by a service provider. In this case, Chair, you have a provider who travels 6 kilometers, which is basically a kilometer extra. Let me be specific to this one now, because the same provider is traveling now 8 kilometers. It used to be 6, but the route has changed owing to the floods now and the bridges that the roads are being eroded, traveling 8 kilometers. Now, in terms of the business part of the field service providers, They're not making money with these short distances. Driving a bus for 8 kilometers in and 8 kilometers back. 2 providers on one of these routes. There's about 8 or so of this type of short routes within Ngaka. 2 of them surrendered the service to say, we're not making money, we are not able to pay the rented bus, therefore we would not be able to provide the service. Now you must then look around. We use a standard operating procedure. Our SOP allows us to look for the nearest provider who's got capacity to troubleshoot on the school close by, so that we take learners to school the following day. And we were assist with this type of problems a couple of times. Now, we then had to say, what do we do? We have a dilemma here. 3, 4 providers, we are calling them for a briefing to say 8 kilometers. They all say, no, thanks. We would not be able. This provider that's doing multiple trips then says, I would be in a position to do it for you at my cost, but allow me to do multiple trips so that I don't have to pay an extra driver, an extra bus and all that. Now we sit with ourselves, the reality is that it's 8 kilometers. When we woke up, it would not be 16 or 20. It will be 8 and this driver would not make money. Now, what do you then do? Do you allow the driver to do multiple trips? On condition we agree with the school principal and discuss, because these are the things that we discussed, to say, looking into the locational outlook of the villages, of the village where you're picking up. It's not too far, but let alone it means some kids would wake up early this week, others will wake up early the following week. These are the troubleshooting mechanisms. We were looking at a hybrid of options, but our main goal, Chairperson, and this is the only sole goal, was to make sure that learners are at school the following day. I'll give you the last example, Chair, in Ward 13 Madibeng. And this relates to one of the questions that was asked, and I'm not preempting it, Chair, but it's an example relevant to my submission. Here's a community which just developed out of the proliferation of informal settlements. And now it has grown, it's a big community. There are 5 critical pillars, Chair, that we look at when it comes to transportation. It's availability, accessibility, connectivity, reliability, and affordability. These 5 critical pillars of transportation tells you the modes that you then rely on when it comes to scholar transport. Children traveling less than 5 kilometers, they would then use common public transport. Taxis, parents arrange these taxis and commuter buses where it is available. Now here's Ward 30, where there's a 80% of the children in that school, the school where they go, come from this village. They come from this settlement, 80%. Now, if you don't look at this thing in a bigger picture of how to resolve the challenge of scholar transport, because to us it's not only the issue of transportation, it's the issue of addressing these 5 critical pillars. Whether in a community where the Department of Education is able to build a school, is that not the permanent solution to a problem? And you can do that with Ward 30 because there's no need. Otherwise, we have a bus rank. You'll have a bus rank because there's 800 plus children that must go to school. Then it means you'd have to divide them by the number of buses you will require. And that also has got monetary implications and so on and so forth. So these are some of the examples, Chairperson. But I thought I must pause here and maybe check with my colleagues, Chair, if there's anything through your permission. Of course, that I might have left. Merantuna is our support. It's my support team. But for now, Chair, this is our response and submission. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkonde, for the question, and thanks, Chair, for the permission to respond.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Dr. Kekana, can you look at the pack in front of you? Let's go to page 441. I believe this is the letter that kickstarted this investigation. And we have your response starting from page 443. through you, Chairperson, can I also request that he speaks to this response, so that when we engage holistically in all the matters that he has presented before the Commission, before you, Chairperson.
Please proceed, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to make sure, Mr. Nkondo, you want me to start from 441, or you want me to go straight to?
Let's speak to maybe, for the sake of people who are not privy to the information, you can summarize what are the issues that were raised with your office in that allegation letter, starting from page 441, and then proceed to tabulate your response to that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Mr. Nkwende, for the question. Chairperson, through you, I will go straight to section 3, which deals with questions from 3.1 to the last one. Your department's role in the provision of scholar transport in the province. I've partly covered it. We provide this on behalf of our sister department. We are a responsible department in terms of provision of transport in the province. But still, the Act empowers the minister in terms of regulations and other provisions, enactment thereof and so on. But as it is currently, this is the responsibility that has been bestowed to the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. We do it on behalf of our sister Department of Education. 3.2 Chairperson deals with the number of learners and schools that are serviced by the school transport program in the province. I'll have to open my laptop again, Chair. I have the numbers here with me. I will definitely give the number, Chair, in this regard. Chairperson, in Bujanala, it's 23,851 learners. Number of schools in need is 115. Number of learners targeted 22,500. Number of schools targeted 98. Percentage of learners is 94. We are dealing with approximately 1,350 to 400 learners. And in Dr. KK, number of learners in need, we've identified 7,690. Number of schools, 76. In Ngakamujiri Mulema, 20,869 learners in need. Number of schools, 183. In Dr. Ruth Sokhomutso Mompati, 9,229 learners in need. Number of schools, 77. Totaling 451 schools in need in terms of what was provided for us at the time. This is my response to this question, Chairperson. And we'll definitely also provide this stats to yourself, Chair. The next question, Chair, says the number of schools and learners that are eligible for scholar transport but are currently not benefiting from the scholar transport program. Chairperson, we have asked our sister department to update their needs analysis. Because in our last meeting with them, they've also indicated that there would have been schools that learners in this village, others have been moved. So we then said to them they must update. I would just request your indulgence on this number only, that we get it with our colleagues as updated, so that we give you the correct number, Chairperson. But it is there in terms of my earlier submission, which led to the 74 million needs difference, because it was based on the number of schools and learners in need. Hence that shortfall, Chairperson. In relation to the next question, Chairperson, on the reasons why eligible schools and learners are not receiving scholar transport, if any. Chair, eligibility from in this case, as I responded, comes from our sister department. We wouldn't necessarily say this school deserves or is not deserving. I'll refer that and reserve it, Chair, for our colleagues and commit that would also put it in writing as part of the submissions that we'll make, so that I don't commit on a response which I've not canvassed with my colleagues for the relevance of the information and correctness thereof, Chairperson. 3.5, Chair, it says the key challenges identified by your department in the provision of scholar transport in the province and an indication of the responsible entities or parties. Chair, in this case, Chairperson, first of all, we are responsible. We are the first respondents and responsible party to the provision of scholar transport as a department. The second parties would then be those that we contract to do this service on our behalf. And the service providers, SMMEs, that were appointed through the contract and the tender as explained earlier, which was open to leaseholders. Now, this is a challenge, Chairperson, because I'll give a practical example that I normally give this example in all my meetings. It's that you would hire a bus from Hans Kekana on dry rates. Now, dry hire means I give you this bus and I will say to you, no, I'm hiring you this bus for 20,000 on dry hire. Now, dry hire means you take my bus, you operate it, you pay the driver, you put the diesel, you service the bus. Most of the operators, Chair, and we have done that because we know now, because we've done a very extensive exercise and the teams are on the ground as we speak. I think they're finishing this audit next week or so. Is that you then have not calculated, Mr. Nkonde, about the distance and the monetary value of the appointment that you have. Most of them would then submit an invoice and the department will pay them what the kilometer trip occurrences prescribe us to pay. And the outcome of your invoice is a 35,000, for example, just giving a hypothesis. And this has happened in many instances. Now you must still go back to Hans Kekan and pay him or her, whoever you would have hired, the 20,000 of the dry hire. Now you are left with 15,000. On the 15,000, you must pay the driver, you must service the bus, you must put the diesel. Most of the challenge, this is one specific challenge we have picked up of operators who are not necessarily in the bus space, but because the tender allowed them to participate because it was open through a lease provision which was on the tender. But apart from that, Chair, we also picked up through our own investigations that one of the things that we introduced before the schools started was verification of buses. So on the 4th and 5th of December, am I getting my dates right? I hope so. No, let me withdraw the 2 dates, Chair. It's not correct. I think it was after the schools. Yes, it was 4th and 5th December. No, I am correct. Last 2024. We started the same process in 2024. 2023 for the 2024 school calendar year. We did it again for the 2024 for the 2025 school calendar. We invited all operators that were appointed for a verification of buses. Now you bring your bus, you bring your E90s. We were doing all of them in the 4 regions in the districts through our head of traffic who's sitting at the back there. What they then do, you bring your bus, traffic officers through their normal checks of checking the roadworthiness of a bus or a vehicle, conducted their exercise. When we started, Chairperson, we wrote to all service providers and they thought we were bluffing as the department. And they brought, some of them did not even bring buses. And we gave them a clear indication of 7 days and we proceeded with them in January on the 11th or 12th, if I get the dates, because the schools were opening on the 16th at the time. They brought the buses again. But when they realized that we mean business about this verification, most of them, if not at the highest percentage, brought buses that were in a condition that we were all satisfied. Those that did not, they did not pass the tests, and they were given a period within which to remedy such. But what then happened, Chairperson, when the process started kicking in and we were working, and we were convinced that we will stabilize much quicker than we anticipated, we then started picking up challenges of these unroadworthy buses. I mean, we drive behind the bus you saw there, Chair, on the video yesterday. I have more videos myself, which I would share, because we also drive first members of the community. We see these buses, and we stop some of them, and we engage the drivers. They refer us to the service providers, and we write to the service providers, please fix this bus, please fix that bus. So what we then insisted on was that the second verification process, we then subjected it, because the first one we were doing it at the Ngaka Mudrimulema, for example, was done at the airport but our officers would then know by how to go about checking the bus. It was not done by official, by us, it was done by traffic officers who are trained what to look for. But we then took it a step further to say, now we want all the buses to go to our vehicle testing stations. The verification that was done for this financial year, buses were subjected to the vehicle testing station because there they put it in a machine and do all that. Most of the providers failed the test of the buses that they were operating on. And when the schools when they were given an opportunity, because we give you a 7 days opportunity to go and rectify, you'll then see that they've gone out to hire buses. Hence, when somewhere you'll find buses with other province registrations, they would have gone, because the bus industry, we are not a dominator as a province. We are inland. We don't necessarily dominate in terms of the provision of buses. Provision of buses is mainly in your coastal areas, your Eastern Cape, KZN being the main one, and Gauteng. So most of our providers do source their buses from there. And I must say, Chair, as much as there are challenges, we also have providers who have given us value for money. So this is one of those challenges that we've picked up. I'll move straight, Chair, quickly to the next one. Measures your department proposed to be taken to address the identified challenges with an indication of who should be responsible for the implementation of the proposed measures. Chair, any measure that we propose as a department, we take the first responsibility to ensure that those measures are implemented. We are not going to propose measures that we ourselves are not satisfied with, because we don't believe in kicking this can down the road. It does not assist us. We then said, Chairperson, with the engagement and advice of the MEC, that we must then advertise a panel of bus operators that excludes leaseholders. We were very clear. And I must say, Chair, this did not come easy, because a lot of people marched to our offices, bent tires, marched to other offices, complaining about us that we have now excluded them by not including the leaseholders in the current panel of scholar transport that we'll be using to troubleshoot. Our intent was very clear. We wanted companies that were in the bus industry, or people who own buses and know that it is their daily bread. So that's what we did, Chairperson. That panel is in place. It went through the procurement processes. It went through our PIA, provincial internal audit. They gave their own response, and we are implementing that panel. It's our troubleshooting mechanism to ensure that we provide safe and sound transport. 3.7, Chairperson, the policy document and regulations used to implement the scholar transport program in the province. Chair, we do have our own policy, as and I hope it's part of the package that we would have submitted. If it's not, Chair, in terms of the package that you have, which I suppose is the same that I have, we have a policy, and we also use the National Land Transport Act, because apart from the policy, it's derived from this act, which provides for mobility in terms of public transport. And we also have a standard operating procedure, Chair, for scholar transport specifically, which deals with troubleshooting of challenges where they rear their head. Any other information, Chair, that would be helpful and will assist in investigating this project? Chair, we are also saying part of the things that we have done, Chairperson, we have advertised a request for service electronic monitoring. Now, the electronic monitoring system, Chairperson, is going to assist us with, number one, trip occurrences. It will assist us with trip occurrences, but over and above, Chair, we also want to tap on our current commuter transport. In other provinces, buses have got cameras, and as a transport scholar myself, I think this is one of the areas that would assist us to improve. So, installation of electronic monitoring system and cameras inside the scholar transport. So that's one of the areas where we've already done the specification. It's going through the committees for commuter bus. We are done. we did not want to, initially we combined the tender but we then realized that we want specificities in relation to scholar transport. And we then dismantled it to say commuter one side, scholar one side. Because we wanted to detail scholar in terms of other things that we needed as we move forward, as part of improving this service. You'll realize, Chair, that when we were addressing the issue of occurrences, it was always difficult for us to prove if a trip has occurred, if we don't have a trip occurrence, but we're relying largely on tracking systems that are in the buses. Some of the buses have got tracking systems. It's easy for us, you've got a tracker in your car. I can tell you where you were yesterday by just calling tracker, and they print out for me the trip occurrence, and that's it. So that's what we are looking at, and that's what we're going to do, Chairperson. The last point is the Commission will appreciate if you could provide us with this information. Of course, we have provided the information as far as we could, Chair, but I'm saying where we might have run short of information, it is in our hands, information that is within our hands. We're not going to look for a chair, it's just for us to print and submit. Information that's with our sister department. We are having this war room committee, which I must say Chairperson has worked. It's one of those things that I think we must submit to the Commission, that it's an important tool on its own, that when we meet, we don't only meet and have challenges, but we troubleshoot in time. Chairperson, these are the issues, Renkonde, in relation to 441 to 445. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. May I also, through you, Chair, also deal with the one last aspect, which is 477, the last allegation letter we sent. The reason why I want him to deal with this, there are certain contradictions that have been picked up, and they are already on record. And I want us, when we start dealing with the issues, we holistically deal with them and not refer him to that document. One thing that I would give Dr. Kekana, he responds to the letters. Through you, Chair, can he proceed to deal with this letter as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. School readiness, inspections, observations. Chair, the South African Human Rights Commission conducted the school readiness inspections program in the Northwest Province from the 15th to the 17th of Feb. And the following issues need immediate attention. Pakedi Primary School. The school was visited, Chair. One bus, an old Mercedes-Benz model lacked proper ventilation. The third bus was out of service due to mechanical failure, and the fourth bus, which transport learners from a government farm approximately 30 kilometers away, had not been in operation since. As a result, these learners have been unable to attend school due to lack of transport. There's also an observation at Lesedi Secondary School, Manana Primary School, Flagpan Primary School. I'm just trying to check, Chair, so that I avoid reading the document verbatim and go to issues that would have required our attention. Now, in terms of that letter, Chair, we then responded to Mr. Nkonde through a letter. Let me just make sure, Chair, that I'm dealing with the same issue. I'll come back to that one, Chair. Let me go back to his letter and deal with the summary of issues. First of all, Chair, we appreciate, this is the work that was done by the Commission, and we appreciate this part, Chair. What we also did, Chair, for the school readiness, we dispatched the MEC dispatched the entire departmental staff at the first week of school, to inspect and check school readiness. And we have picked up that the issues that the commission has picked up are also correct, and some of them we've picked them up ourselves. And if you go to my 479 chair, wherein we were responding to this letter, dated 17 January 2025, Pakedi Primary School. There we indicating in that table, Chair, the route number, the name of the operator, and the number of learners, number of buses, and our comment to the far right, Chairperson. And here we are saying in Pakedi there are 2 routes at the school. Each of these routes has 43 and 54 learners respectively. Through daily updates from the school, there are no challenges reported in relation to the 2 buses in terms of the numbers we are given. The buses allocated to the school were adequate. This is our report, our response, Chair, in terms of our finding in relation to this school. The second one, Chair, we are saying in terms of the PICHO, the department received a request from the Department of Education to introduce the service for the learners from government farm on the 16th of January 2025. This relates to the question of the farm school. The department has subsequently extended the route of the PICHO mining service provider to oversee these learners since they operate in the same area. We use the SOP, Chair, that I referred to earlier, that the nearest service provider who's got buses, and then we troubleshoot using that mechanism because it's quicker. You don't have to go out and advertise and so on while we want learners to go to school the following day. Monato Primary School, Chair, we are saying the operator is using 2 vehicles as required by the contract. However, due to the number of learners from Dindi Estate, the operator is forced to do multiple trips to cover all learners. So an issue of multiple trips owing to kilometers I alluded to earlier, but I would just confirm, Chair, if this is one of those that I referred to earlier. And then in terms of the Batabi, the next school, the same school, the next provider, this is the operator who's contracted with 2 buses, but using 1 bus from Dini Estate. The operator is operating multiple trips, and this results in learners pick up and drop off being late. The operator was instructed to follow the contract. However, he opted to withdraw from the contract, citing route sustainability. Then the route was reassigned. This is the example I was giving earlier, that the operator then said, no, I'm not making money on this route, rather withdraw. And we had to really look around for someone who can buckle up and assist us in this regard. Takalani, who has additional capacity and operate from the same pickup point. This is to ensure that one operator is responsible for the entire area and avoid learners being transported by various operators. Chair, the next one that we are saying here that there are no challenges as far as we are concerned on this route, except that the operator must change the vehicle registration from Limpopo to Northwest and apply for operating license. This is the issue referred to. In terms of Letsela, I won't read the conclusions, Mr. Nkonde, with your permission. I would come back to them if needs be. I want to go straight to Lesele Secondary School, wherein we are saying that 2 buses are operational with the following registrations. We have put them there. The operation has been the operator has been instructed to also change the vehicle registration numbers into the Northwest to enable them to apply for operating licenses. The next one, Chair, in the same school, 1 bus is operational, registration number there. The bus operates double trips, one from safer scale and the second one from the RDPs. Chair, I'll move straight to 482, page 482 on Manama Primary School. Here, Chair, we are saying that one bus operational with a registration number there. The vehicle was found to be in a satisfactory condition. The operator was instructed to apply for the operator license. Chain flag plan, we are saying all buses are operational at the school. There is a Form D, which is a daily scholar transport register, that should be signed on daily basis by the principal or his representative. This form assists the school to indicate days that are not operated. So we are doing trip occurrence confirmation manually, Chair, pending the scholar electronic monitoring system, which will assist with this situation. It allows the department to impose penalties for not operating particular days. The continuous imposing of penalties may lead chairperson to termination of contract in some instances. However, if the principals notices late coming and non-operation on certain days and do not indicate on the Form D, this will create a challenge for the department to fully implement the conditions of the contract. So that's my response, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson, I'm looking at the time. It's 4:30, or it's 5:22. May I request through you that we also take the evidence of the MEC, looking at the time, and then maybe we will decide after the evidence. I'm looking at the time we've spent with the Department of Education. The process has started, they are under oath. Can we just take his evidence, or you can guide us as to how we proceed? Thank you.
Yes, let us allow them to state for really lack of a word really the examination in chief on record. Let's have it on record.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And the questions can then be entertained if there's still time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
PM, is that in order?
MEC, the floor is yours.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. The questions that were posed to me, firstly, the Commission wanted to know my knowledge of any scholar transport challenges in the province. Of course, in my response, I did indicate that the challenges ranges from unroadworthy vehicles by some service providers, which is not compliant with the service level agreement. Other challenges, they include overloading, inconsistencies in transportation of learners, and delayed submission of payment claims by some service providers. Some service providers, they submit their claims after several months of service being rendered, not monthly as stipulated in the service level agreement that we have with them, which causes us a bit of a problem, because we had agreed with them that they need to submit their claims monthly. Now they take 6, in some instances 12 months without submitting claim, then they submit them to us as a bulk, which causes a bit of a problem. This causes delays as the internal verification processes to ensure that indeed the money requested are in line with the service rendered, because we can't disburse the money without making due diligence, so that we avoid being in contravention with other prescripts that are guiding us as government. In December last year and earlier this year, when we wanted to check the roadworthiness of the buses, like the HOD indicated, some operators, they come with hired buses which were unroadworthy, and then thereafter they resorted to using vehicles which had defects. I have since instructed the HOD to impound all unroadworthy buses that are used to transport learners to our children, the process that he has been outlining. Our law enforcement officers are out on the ground to ensure that this process is done diligently. And then the second question that was posed to me by the Commission was that what are the measures taken by me in my capacity as the executing authority to address the identified challenges and the efficacy of the measures taken? Commissioner, to deal with these challenges, we established what we call the war room that is headed by the head of department, Dr. Hans Kagana. And then we have also recently signed contracts of the panel of operators that he has alluded to, whom will be called at a short notice should an operator fail to provide transport. Like I've indicated in my opening statement, we have also terminated contracts of operators who failed to provide transport of learners frequently, and where we needed to get another operator, the cost will of course be on the operator who did not provide the learners with transport. We're also in the process of implementing electronic monitoring. The HOD has indicated, has went to town to elaborate about that process. The tender will be issued out very soon. The last time I checked the progress on the tender, it was at the specification level. It will soon be go out to the public for us to get a credible service provider that will assist us with proper monitoring so that we can be able to track the day-to-day operation of the buses. And then it will also assist with also the invoices and the payments, because we are very careful when it comes to the issue of payments, because we have a responsibility to make sure we use the public funds diligently and it is used for the task that has been assigned for. And then the third question was the additional measures that I intend to take in my capacity as the executing authority or the executive authority to address the identified challenges. The measures taken, among others, include the subjecting all scholar buses to roadworthy test by our own traffic officers every 6 months as per the service level agreement. However, the daily checks of compliance will continue by our traffic officers. Operators who fail to transport learners for whatever reason must arrange alternative transport for learners or face termination of the contract. It is there, it is stipulated in our service level agreements that we have signed with them. The cost for alternative transport, like I've indicated, it will be on that particular service provider who did not take learners to school for whatever reason. The fourth question rather was the consequence management measures taken against administration to an extent that they have contributed to the identified challenges. We have engaged the provincial treasury to increase the scholar transport allocation because of one of the biggest problems is that we begin every new fiscus with the accruals. This is because our budget continuously, each and every financial year, we experience the budget cuts. And also the COVID-19 major budget cut, it has also contributed. And then the budget was never returned to the normality. So those are the challenges that we're experiencing. We have engaged the provincial treasury, which we have indicated to them, like the doc have indicated that we have requested an additional 74 million so that we can be able to proceed with the program. So we're in talks with treasury with regards to that request that we've made. And then the last one, any other information that in your view may assist the commission. We want to reiterate our point that the department is committed to ensure that the provision of safer scholar transport in the Northwest continues. We are also done in an exercise which indicate that we need an additional 74 million rand to cover the routes that were not covered in the previous financial year. We commit before the commission that we are going to fix scholar transport challenges in the province, and then we will continue to impound and replace roadworthy buses that are roaming in our scholar routes. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. After receiving the evidence, should we proceed looking at the time?
We can still proceed. We've got.
Thank you.
We've got 15 minutes, maybe, but it is the time to converse with the MEC and the HOD. For how long is he available? Are we able to take it to 6 o'clock? Just so that we can wrap it up.
Can I come in, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can give you an hour, but in an hour, I only have 30 minutes. HOD will continue with the rest of 30 minutes.
Let's see how optimally we can use that time. Let's try Mr. Nkonde. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Maybe let's start here from the HOD. Okay, no, it's fine then. Can I then request Mr. Mtabe to deal with the MEC?
Yes.
That is our arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
MEC, I think the best place to start would be we have already outlined, I think, what we can call the issues. So in your own version, these issues would include unroadworthiness, and then the second one would be overloading, and then the third one would be late payments. And I'm sure there is more because Dr. Kekan has mentioned other issues as well. Would you consider those issues to be at the heart of the right to education?
Of course, because if they are not adhered to, the learners will not be able to arrive to school for them to can be able to exercise their right as stated in the Constitution. So they are at the heart and the helm of education.
So if they are then at the heart, to the extent that there are some challenges there, you would agree, at least in principle, that there is a violation of the right to education?
Yes.
In your policies, in your policy, in fact, the memorandum of understanding and some of your correspondence, for the purposes of time, I would not go to them. You call your department the lead department insofar as discharging transport.
Yes.
For the purposes of ensuring that the right to education is realized.
Yes.
To an extent that there are challenges that affect teaching and learning, and we've mentioned these, would you say then the responsibility, the constitutional obligation then rests with you? The constitutional obligation to ensure that at least as a sister department to the Department of Education, then a bit of that responsibility rests with your department.
That's correct. It rests with my department.
The challenges are accepted. There's a concession that these challenges are there. We were speaking at the level of your submission. You seem to have been pitching at the level of finding remedial actions. Is there a concession, this is the question before that these challenges do constitute a violation of this right, and that violation is from, to the portion that you lead, are from your department?
Thank you very much. We did acknowledge in the presentation that we have brought before the Commission that there are challenges. Be that as it may, we provided before the Commission the remedial action rather that we have already embarked on to make sure that these challenges, we deal with them once and for all.
I do accept that, and I've already helped you reach that point, but I wanted to reach the point before that. Is that by implication at least a concession that it may not be intentional, you may be well-meaning, but is there a concession that our processes may have violated the right to education?
Well, in some instances, I must agree that they might have violated the rights. For instance, if the bus cannot be able to come in the morning to pick learners to school, that's violation of their rights because it means they would have lost that day.
And that violation can be attributed at the door of your department.
Of course, because it was my responsibility to ferry learners from point A to point B, which is at school where they are supposed to receive their education as stipulated in the Constitution.
I think I'll probably say I'm grateful for this, and I have no further question. But the point that I wanted to canvass is that part of what my colleagues are going to raise are sort of like questions around how that violations takes place. But I'm really grateful for your response. You've considered two things: that there are violations, and that those violations can be attributed to the extent that they could be to your department.
Okay, maybe as a follow-up to my colleague, I just perused the statement that we received from you in the last paragraph, number 5. And unfortunately, Commissioner, it is not part of the pack, but paragraph 5. Can you introduce it again into record, because I want to speak to it, of the statement you
The last
submitted?
statement.
Yes.
All right. The department is committed to ensure that the provision of a safer scholar transport. We have also done an exercise which indicates that we need an additional 79 million rand to cover routes that were not covered in the previous financial year. We are going to fix scholar transport challenges in the province, and we are going to impound and replace unroadworthy buses that are roaming our scholar routes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, 79 million is needed to basically roll out the needs of the next financial year, or the needs that have been submitted by the Department of Education. That's what you're saying, right? Can we not nod? Can we just introduce this on record verbally, because we are transcribing?
Look, we are rendering a service working with our sister Department of Education, and like the HOD has correctly indicated, that there are some instances where you would find that there is an emergence of informal settlements. Other schools are being built. Other schools are, there's a merger of other schools. So those things, they necessitate that there will be additional routes that were not part of the planning process for the initial tender. So it is for that reason that we went to the Department of Treasury, that following these reasons, we need an additional 79 million so that we can cover each and every children who deserves to be covered by this scholar transport. We cannot say this informal settlement was not there 2 years ago when the tender started. That child has got the right in the Constitution to also benefit from the scholar transport, so that his right for his or her right for education can be protected.
Okay, let's go back, MEC. My question was simple. The 79 million is informed by the needs that were submitted by the Department of Education.
Yes, the current needs.
Thank you. Now, what is your current operating budget?
Our current operating budget is 450 million.
Okay. So if you add that 79 million, it would be what you overall need to run the project for 2025, 2024, 2025, 2026.
Yes, Commissioner, plus or minus.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I don't know. I don't mean to catch you by, but there's a discrepancy in the numbering. The letter that the HOD spoke to is speaking of the need for 74 million, and you are painting a picture of 79 million. It might not be a big number, but can you explain the difference? And what is exactly that was submitted to Treasury?
Thank you very much. Like I've indicated, this number is necessitated by the needs that we are receiving from our sister department, which is Department of Education. Then we have since increased the request based on the needs that we have received from our sister department. The correct figure is 79 million that we're in discussion with the Department of Finance to look into making an additional documentation to the initial 450.
Okay, no, it's fine. The 74 million was the initial figure you submitted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. When was this request submitted? The 74.
Let me.
The additional 74. I fully understand the 400 and
Yes.
something million as the baseline, and then after their needs were submitted, when was this 74?
For the purposes of accuracy, let me give over to the HOD to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Chairperson, I don't have the letter in front of me, but over and above the submission, in terms of the date, we also had a physical meeting with Provincial Treasury on this matter specifically. So we'll put it in writing, Chair, and provide our POE. The meeting was chaired by Superintendent General Kunene and myself, and we had both our CFOs and the entire entourage of Scholar from my side and his Accountant General and the budget team, specifically on Scholar. So we'll give you the date and also the POE in terms of when this meeting set. I don't have it in front of me. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And then now let's go to this question. What is the content of your request for this additional 79 million? What is the content of your request? Remember now, the Department of Education, if you were sitting here earlier, spoke about, in August, when we started this matter, the investigation, they said they submitted to you their needs, sitting at 5,000. And then in December, the number was revised up to 8,000 some odd. Now, there's a number that the portfolio committee speaks about, which is 9,000, which we will clear later with your department as to what is the actual number. But for the purpose of this question, what is the number that was submitted to the treasurer as the needs that were submitted by the Department of Education?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The number we submitted in terms of value is as indicated. For initially we had a 74 million, but because we are doing an audit exercise as we speak now. I mean, I can tell you now, I was looking at the metrics before you called us in terms of the report, because colleagues who are on the ground, Commissioner, are feeding into the director who's sitting with us here. And he was showing me, hey, HOD, we are working on a moving target. Look where we are now. And I then think for us, Chairperson, with our intelligence, the committee, the audit committee will be completing its work, as I indicated, towards the end of next week. In that report, we'll have precise numbers, and I would urge your indulgence, Mr. Nkonde, on the numbers now, so that we give you what is correct. That would have also verified with our colleagues at Education. The teams are on the ground as we speak, doing an audit, because we also want to get to the bottom of this issue of numbers that fluctuate as far as the response is concerned. So with your indulgence, we'll put that in writing as well, Chair. There's a team that is on the ground. I'm also taking cognizance of the indication of what was submitted vis-a-vis the request to submit it in totality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can the submission be clear in terms of how many students or learners that we are talking about? Yes. Then I am moving on. In terms of, I just lost my trail of thought there, but it's fine. Let me move on to this part of the aspect, then I'll go back. Let's go to to the SLA. It's page 164. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I've forgotten. The thing is, the MEC handed over the microphone to the to the HOD. So now I just kept my questions going to him. Maybe let me rest there. For HOD, we will transact other issues because we've got this window. Can I then hand over to the other team members to deal with the aspect that relates? But maybe let me continue, because now I remember what I wanted to speak to. The AG, if I may go to their report, has indicated, and there are 4 reports that they've given us. There's consistent payments of contractors who do not offer services. Now, as an MEC, what have you done about those issues? Can I just put the microphone down so that I go directly to the page? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, PM. Sorry? 506. Oh, okay. No, fine. I'm way towards the end of the bundle. Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. MEC, can you go to page 504 of the bundle?
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Read page, paragraph 56. Can you introduce that paragraph into record?
Payments of 5,554,000. The payment of 554,867,000 rand. Pardon me, Commissioner, I'm a communication scholar, I'm a humanitarian scholar, humanity scholar rather, not technical studies. The payments of 554,867,000 were made to scholar transport suppliers in the current financial year. Effective internal controls were not in place for the approval and processing of these payments as required by Treasury Regulation 8.1.1, resulting in some suppliers being paid for services not delivered. This is non-compliance. This non-compliance is likely to result in a material financial loss if not recovered from the suppliers. The accounting officer instituted a forensic investigation by an independent firm into the matter, which commenced in March 2019. Upon completion of this forensic investigation, the accounting officer plans to institute disciplinary actions against officials found responsible and recover all monies lost. I will follow up on the investigation and the implementation of the planned action during my next audit.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC. Commissioner, with your leave, can I just ask for a 2 minutes adjournment? There's a certain matter I want to transact with the team. Just 2 minutes.
There's also an issue that I've just alerted the PM to, so which requires us to just pause for a moment. So let us say just for 5 minutes and deal with the two issues,
Yes.
your issue as well as
Thank you.
the one with regard to your son interpreters.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what should we do? Okay, let's also talk about what should we do? How are we going to deal with that? Just get another day. Maybe to also be fair then to ourselves. Truth be told, we just got whatever he submitted. And he might not do justice to it as much as he has sort of, he's doing it like the other MEC of education, how she likes to put her head on the block. So he's done exactly that. I see, But you still have to convert. Where is this second you have to come with it. But it is on record. Because at the moment, there's a look as if at the moment, where is
No, I can't eventually extend the contract. It has its own process of approval for me to extend, because now the home yeah, I think maybe what we are seeing is actually that our signing we can make it as long as we can get towards the end of the job so that we can do it. Because the beginning we have a lot of planning is let's maybe adjourn to the provision, we'll see that we should not worry about that. No, we can have it. Yeah, so the issue is either way we have to conducive. Okay, let's find let's continue and just
Can we reconvene? Can we take our seat? Can we take our positions? Thank you. I hate this news with passion. Every time I see it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May we please settle down? May we settle down? It is now 17:11. The difficulty we are faced with is that our interpreters for persons with disabilities are only covered until 5 o'clock. If they work overtime, would not be able to pay them. Yeah, because there are processes to be followed if we were to extend their contract. We also have a challenge that MEC, we still have a document that you submitted that colleagues would like to study so that again, when they engage you further, they can do so meaningfully. We have now decided that we rather postpone this engagement to a date that will be suitable to all parties. We are looking at a date in April, towards the end of April, because the 4th of April, most of the other witnesses have agreed to submit documentation. May I just also find out from you, HOD, I think you've alluded to a number of documents that you'd want to submit. Is the 4th of April also then suitable to yourself for submission?
Yes, Chairperson, thanks. I think it's enough time. We have the information, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May we then look at a date, MEC and HOD, that would suit you for us then to reconvene. From ourselves, we're looking at the last week of April. Even though I know that a bit of a problematic month still, because there is the 27th of April is the most important day again in the commission. But may I please have suggestions there? What day is Monday of the last week? That is the 27th. And then we've got Easter. And when is Easter? And how many more days do you think we'll need PM?
Commissioner, I believe for purposes of receiving the evidence from the department, 1 day should be fine. But for ourselves, I'm told that we have received indication that there are other people, the Transporters Association, that may want to also be heard as part of the process. But then that will be our determination whether we can set it out an additional day to hear other evidence. But for the purposes of the evidence of the department, a full day should be sufficient. But we'll be guided by any further submissions, whether we set it down for a further day to also hear from the other stakeholders. including subject to your ruling, MEC Mutsumi, who is also has not given her evidence. But for the department, a day should suffice. Thank you, Commissioner.
MEC, HOD, and my lady there, the week of the 21st, that is from the 22nd, will that be in order with you? The 22nd?
No, that will be suitable, Commissioner, but we must place it on record that should there be any other thing, Commissioner, which of course does not mean that this is not important. We will communicate with the office because all functions in the department are extremely important, Commissioner. And there are other bodies where we account, for instance, like the legislature sitting and all those bodies. One needs to adhere to them. If there's any other thing like that, we will also provide an evidence of the reason why we would request a postponement. But for now, we commit to the 23rd, the 22nd.
22nd. Thank you.
No, let me be sure with my 23rd.
23rd.
Yeah.
All right, thank you then. This matter is adjourned until the 23rd of April 2025, 9 o'clock. The venue, it will be communicated to the office of the MEC, HOD as promised. Please submit the correct emails, the correct cell numbers, so that we can be able to reach your office. The matter is also going to proceed on the 24th in order to look at any other stakeholder that has not been afforded an opportunity. Thank you.